Yeah.
Because on this day,
Well, it's your young MCA
Huh?
was born 1964.
Who's that?
Adam Yauch.
Who? One of the Beastie Boys?
Yes.
Adam Yauch.
Yes.
Okay, got it. I thought you were maybe singing or your foot was still hurting. I couldn't tell what you
Both
were
of
doing
those
there.
things were happening.
Do we get the pus report today?
Well, so I changed the bandage last night.
Would you please,
good
Gina?
for you, like a
Please.
big girl. Look,
Gina, you didn't change the bandage. You changed the dressing. It's a dressing, really, in a medical term.
Okay, Dr. Allred. I changed the dressing, and then I rebandaged it, because there's a bandage holding the dressing in place.
Yeah, now you got it. Okay.
It's that self-sticking bandage, and they said we have all colors. You got purple and blue and green and black, and I said, well, black, duh.
Black bandages matter.
I always pick the pink when I do it, but
Do you?
It's kind of
Well, I
closer to your
wanted to-
skin tone. But
yeah, blend in.
I said black, because that
Okay.
will match all of my outfits.
All of my outfit.
was it still oozing and draining? And so Gina got bitten by something on her ankle, and it became horribly infected. And we're waiting for the pus report from the lab.
And we
Yeah, they
still
said-
don't know what bit you.
Nope, and
Probably
we may
never will.
never.
Yeah.
Wow.
We may never.
So was it still oozing? Did it smell funny? Yeah.
You want all of the details, don't you?
Yes, I do.
No, it didn't smell funny. Yes, it was still oozing.
Of course, it's your foot, your ankle. That's a long way from your nose. So maybe you should have had somebody else check it.
Here,
Honey,
get
come
a
over
whiff
here.
of that.
Come over here and smell this. Come here.
Smell
Does
my
it smell
feet.
bad?
Come over. Can you smell this? Does that smell infected?
How's that? Are we doing okay? I'm sure one of your kids would have delighted to do
You
it.
think? They haven't seen it. It's the I've kept them
yeah?
away from it.
Which one of the two would be more interested in that?
The scientist.
The science.
Jonesy.
That's true.
Actually, they both kind of would be into it, probably.
But you're trying to shield them from the ugliness of the world. Yet again.
They've had enough. They don't.
Yeah, they've
They
had
didn't
enough.
even-
They can't see their friends. They have to play their video games at home.
They didn't even know until I got back from the Instacare. Where were you? I was at the Instacare. What was wrong?
We looked up and you weren't there.
I sneaked out.
You shouldn't shield them from these things because
They-
because one day it's going to become important that they are. I mean, that they're able to change your dressings themselves.
Change my dressing.
Yeah. Because one
Attend
day
to
you won't
me?
be able to do it.
In the future wars when they come.
And one day when you're old and feeble and your daughter has to bathe you and things like that.
Oh, I won't. She'll never do that.
She won't. She'll refuse.
No, I won't let her.
And my kids will never do that.
No, they won't. They'll
I
lick you.
refuse to be a burden on my children.
So you'll be a burden on hired help.
Yeah, I will pay somebody who is trained and whose job it is to bathe me. Yes. I didn't have children to bathe me. Someday I'm having kids because someday I'll need someone to bathe me. No.
There are people who that's the reason they have kids, not because they genuinely want them or to have a legacy. It's somebody's got to take care of me when I get old.
Well, that's the reason. We've warped things here in the modern world. The only reason to have kids is really to take over the farm work, and then when you're old, take over the farm work and also to bathe you.
That's why I was adopted.
But I mean, that's the reason we reproduce ourselves, to continue the species and to have somebody to take care of you. But now here in the modern world, we don't do that. We have kids, and then we pay people to take care of us.
Yes.
And our kids don't know squat about anything.
I don't look at it as warping. I look at it as evolving.
Yeah. Exactly. I want
sure.
my kids to enjoy spending time with me when I'm older, and
Instead of the way it is now.
and I want them to go, "Hey, let's go visit mom." Not, "Oh, I'm gonna have to change mom's diaper if we go over there." So I'm not. No, I'll
No,
pay
it'll
somebody
be
to do
it'll
that.
be fine. It's always so cheery to go to the rest home and visit mom. Because then, as we walk in, then all the other lonely old people crowd around us, saying, "I wish somebody had come and visit me."
Oh, jeez.
Jeannie, as much as you try and paint this picture that it'll be nice, it's never nice. It's never good.
It'll be nice.
Have you ever spent much time going to visit people in rest
What
homes?
does my stepfather do for a living and has my entire life?
Well, that's
Oh, yeah.
different.
No,
That's-
I've spent much time in nursing homes.
But
Lots
these
and
are not
lots
your
and-
relatives. These are not the people that you love. They're people. They're people that your stepfather's getting money from. They're clients.
Yes, I have visited relatives in nursing.
It's not. It's not.
I remember visiting my dad's father in a nursing home when I was,
Wow.
6 maybe,
Wow.
and he was gone, just you know.
No, nothing going on up there.
Not really a lot there. And I just remember that there was it scared the hell out of me. There was a woman in a wheelchair, old woman in a wheelchair, and she was, using her feet to pull the wheelchair forward, and she had her arms out at me,
Yeah, 'cause-
looking for
oh,
a hug.
young person, yeah.
And she's going, ah, ah.
Yeah.
Oh, scared the hell out of me. And
Yeah.
then we sat down with Grandpa, and this is the first time I'd met him. And
What was his name?
Levon.
Levon.
And he kept asking my dad, and I've made this joke before, but this reference before, but it always works. About every 5 minutes, he'd look at Dad and say, "What'd you say happened to Vern Pace?" And Dad'd say, "Well, he died, Dad. He died." "Oh yeah, he kicked over." And then they'd talk a bit, and then 5 minutes later, "What'd you say happened to Vern Pace?" "Oh yeah, he kicked over, didn't he?" "Yeah,
He
okay."
kicked over.
I went to. I knew my great grandmother when I was a little kid, and I went to her house. It wasn't very far from our house, so I went to help her do some stuff in her yard. I was probably about 10. Just carry some grass clippings out for her, and help her around. And she said, "I'm going to go make you lunch." And I said, "Oh, that's great." And so she calls me into lunch into her house, and she just lived there by herself. Her husband had died, my great grandfather, and I go in there, and there's like food all over the table. There's vegetables, peas. There's hot rolls. There's this is lunch. There's some leftover roast. There's a sandwich. There's just all kind food, enough food to feed 10 people. And I said, Great Grandma, what's all this food? She said, "Well, your dad's bringing the threshers home. The threshers are out working in the field, and he's going to bring them in for lunch." I said, "What?" And I had no idea what she was talking about. No, your dad will bring the threshers in for lunch, and then they'll go back out into the field. So I got to have enough food for all of them. And so I ate my lunch, and it was fine, and went back out and worked in the yard, and then went home and I said to my parent, "What the hell was that?" So I didn't know what threshers were. Said, "Oh yeah, well, Grandma's remembering the days when her husband would hire a bunch of guys to come and work, and then she'd fix lunch for everybody, and she thought she was still doing that." It was really, it was kind of sweet, sad, sweet sort of way. It was interesting. Anyway, I'll never forget her. She was amazing.
All right. Well, let's get this going.
We're going to officially begin the program at this point, I suppose. Well, we have to take care of some messages, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
And then, if you don't have dementia, go to the phone and check in with the Radio from Hell show. 877, here, I'll say it slow. If you do have dementia, it might be fun anyway. 877-602-9696. Call the Radio from Hell show, check in, say hi, tell us what you're doing today, give us thrilling tales of your life. We'd like to hear from you as we begin the Radio from Hell show officially in just a few moments here.
Also, I've just been informed by the producer's booth that we could use more must-goes for this morning.
Oh, okay.
So this is your chance right now. Just write it up in a quick email on your phone there, just real quick. Just tell us what you think must go and send it to, put must go in the subject line so we know. And send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. We could use those right away because we got must-goes coming up. Stand by for all of that. So, all right, let's go to, it's Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Take that 2020. That's what you'd like to, the year 2020. Just that to you, 2020. Listen, the back-to-school stuff is being rough on us. The pandemic is being rough on us. But one thing you could do for yourself is schedule a LASIK procedure at Hoops Vision. Get your glasses or your contact lenses just so that you can throw them away. Get your vision corrected, or certainly improved and corrected to 2020 or even beyond 2020 in some cases. Schedule your VIP consultation with Hoops Vision today. You just call 877-30-LASIK, or you can book it online at hoopsvision.com and ask them about their Take That 2020 special pricing. They've got all kinds of specials going on right now. Call today, 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745, or go to hoopsvision.com. Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the
Yes.
Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh,
It's a pie in a box.
it's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
It's
You're
the
missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me
Well,
pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers.
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a
Aw.
setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis,
problem.
is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
an Etsy store
Etsy
called
store.
Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm
Yeah.
not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis
further on.
Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pie Day,
Right.
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January or
Yeah,
February.
we tried to call
Yeah,
you out on
well,
that day, and
It's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
big
Yeah,
pastry.
big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's,
Yeah.
there's
Screw
only
those
2
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was a
Yeah, it's just I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is
implementation.
integration?
It's I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support.
Mhm.
So
So
anybody
if
know something?
anybody
Cool.
has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck
Ah,
day,
see?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lots of pie.
that's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do like big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
And Raul down on the border sent us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the big
running around
fat
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just
Delicious.
devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
Okay, it is 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, we can officially begin the show, and then, if you've a mind to, if you are not suffering from anything and want to check in with us at 877-602-9696.
Oh, if you're suffering, you can call. Don't
Yeah,
tell.
that's
If we say no suffering, then everyone's suffering from something. Don't.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Gina. 100%. But by the way, Katie, I see Nick is in there doing some training with you today, and I don't want to be a scold. I don't want to be that guy, but two things. Nick never combs his hair, and the other thing is, you guys probably ought to be wearing masks, shouldn't you?
Oh, yes. There you go.
Okay, so you've got
that's
them.
better.
They were both sitting there in front of you, but I
Because you're
don't.
leaning over each other and talking in each other's faces, and
Yeah.
come on now.
Okay.
You two are no good to us if you're both sick.
You don't know where each other have been.
Yeah. So sorry, old man Allred, but
No. I'm glad you're looking out.
all right. Anyway, yeah, we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 after we officially begin the program.
Right now, your locally owned and operated Big O Tires save up to $150 off select sets of Big O brand tires, the team you trust.
All right, the moon is on the wane now. It is 96.4% of full. The moon will set today at 8:19 a.m. Today being, what is it, Wednesday? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Wednesday. It's the 5th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, me, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi right there. Katie for short back in the studio, our producer running the show. She's got Nick in there for some training today so that he can stand in as the uncombed producer if necessary. And then I suppose Skip and Miriam are both here as well, wearing masks in the producer's booth, right? So today is National Underwear Day. It's National Work Like a Dog Day, and it's also National.
What does that mean, work like a dog? Dogs mostly just sleep, as far as I can tell. Lots of
my
sleeping.
dogs. But like those Alaskan Huskies that pull sleds, and those ones that herd sheep, and those accountants dogs.
Accountant dogs,
Those
yes.
accountant dogs.
Police dogs. They work.
They work.
Yeah, drug sniffing dogs. They're
But
working
most dogs just sleep all the time.
If given their druthers, most dogs would just rather hang out.
I look at Riley all the time. I'm going, man, you've got the life. Just
The life of
napping
Riley.
all day. Someone
the-
brings you food.
It's the life of Riley. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's also National Oyster Day.
Oyster Day.
Yeah, oyster. I had some delicious oysters a couple of weeks ago
Oh yeah.
from Harmon's. They were just they were good. Nice. All right. Anyway, anybody want to check in with the Radio from Hell show?
Not
No?
especially. No.
What's wrong with
you
you
said
people?
if you're suffering, the suffering people went away, and now there's nobody.
Well, like I said, what we do need right now, though, is check-ins. So, or not check-ins.
No, things that must go.
Not things that must go. Sorry, things that must go. We need send them via email. Put "must go" in the title. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
I received a controversial, I think you'll find it controversial, a direct message on Twitter. Here, I'll read that instead, and then you might want to check in. It says, "Hey, Bill, I watched the tweet Radio from Hell sent out today. Guess it's a little snippet of the show on Twitter. And I wanted to tell you that you looked awesome. You looked thin and healthy, and I mean that. Thanks for letting me listen and come to some mixers and enjoy your show. You looked awesome, Bill. Thin and healthy." And now this is from a guy who goes by the name of Uncle Pink Eye, so I don't know.
Well, that could be.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Well, you've been trying to lose weight, so he noticed.
I think he only noticed because he heard me say, "I've been trying to lose weight."
He's trying to make you feel better.
Yeah, I think I look the same. I don't know. Although my goatee, I notice here, if you go to x96.com/live, it's really short and it's gotten kind of white, and it just almost doesn't show up anyway. So why do I bother?
Why bother?
Yeah.
Well, let it fill in.
Because maybe you
Let
don't
it
want to
get
shower
thick.
every day or shave every day.
No, well, I don't shave it every day, but then when it gets thick, it gets, then it starts like you can smell what I had for dinner and stuff.
Well, you can wash it.
Well, I do, but I don't know. I think it
I
seems
can
to me that
smell what I had for
it traps odors, I think.
You try to go to sleep and you smell.
Yeah. Oh, and also it makes it's hard to. A mask does not fit well if you have facial hair.
That's true.
So I might get rid of it. I don't
Carrie's
know.
a duck.
No, this is my mask.
Why don't you be? You should be kind to Carrie.
I wear this to the
things like
liquor
that.
store. I'm treated very well when I get there.
Are you?
Hello, Mr. Duck.
Hello there. Come on in.
What would you
Glad
like today?
We're glad you're wearing pants. Thank you. Come on.
I haven't been to the liquor store when I've seen them ID anybody. Do they make you take off your mask to? They must
I don't know.
No.
to check your ID. Because you could be, yeah, that's me. That's my ID. They must.
No, they don't.
They see
You
my
don't think
gray.
so?
They see my gray temples, and they don't ask me for ID anymore. And I don't see anyone else getting ID'd either. So
I got ID'd. Where was it? It was at. Oh yeah, I bought a can of beer. 1 can of beer at the Walgreens. So I think that they're instructed anytime anybody buys anything alcoholic, no matter how old or young you look, they have to check your ID. But I thought, "May I check your ID?" I said, "Well, if you must."
Well, we need to quickly check in with Jared.
Jared.
All right.
Ah,
Jared.
Jared, who is
oh, yeah, sorry. I couldn't hear you for a minute. Thanks for letting me listen,
yeah,
guys.
we can't hear you either because you're taking off in a spacecraft. Apparently.
What's up, Jared?
I just got on the bus on my way to work. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
okay.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys thanks for acknowledging the Professor Jock Glidden that worked at Weber State that died recently. He was a neighbor and good friend of my dad's for a really long time, and I told him that you guys had done that. It meant a lot to him.
Good.
That's
Jesse,
nice.
his son, posted an obituary for Jock Glidden, which was very moving. And Professor Glidden was a philosophy professor at Weber State for, I think, 30-something years. And he was
He was.
a brilliant and very quirky and unusual man. But God, I really enjoyed classes from him when I was at Weber State.
Yeah.
He,
I apologize.
That's okay.
Until just a few days before he died, he walked up and walked through my dad's yard, and he'd pick apricots off his tree and stop and talk to him almost every day.
he had
that's
Parkinson's, and he apparently, according to, it wasn't in the obituary, but people who know him said he just decided that it was no longer worth putting up with. He wasn't getting enough pleasure out of life anymore, and he stopped eating. He just said
He
that's
stopped eating and drinking. He
Yeah,
told
he
my
just-
dad a few days before that, said, I'm going to stop eating, stop drinking, and see what happens.
yeah.
Wow.
And he in fact, Jared, we're going to have to let you go because your phone is echoey.
Yeah.
But thanks for calling us.
Yeah,
Thank you,
sorry.
Jared.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Glidden was an amazing guy. He was a world-class mountaineer. He participated in rescues on Mount Everest, and he was a philosophy professor, and everything you think a philosophy professor should be. He'd peer at you and say, "Well, Mr. Allred, where do you come up with those ideas?" Make you justify everything you said. And,
Traffic.
Friend of the program says heavy police presence in the Thanksgiving Point area, northbound I-15. Watch your speed today. Thanks for the heads up. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News and Opinioendo and Things That Must Go, all in the same break. Stand by. X96.
Non-stop music for
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want you to,
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe,
Some
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi not among them,
No.
but some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
You take out your credentials and show me.
are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
and
herbalist.
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she
It's-
charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your
No.
placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Oh, wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
She-
Greetings.
Yes, there are.
Okay, things that must go coming up in a moment, but first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you an additional $3,500 in the trade-in value of your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
Carrie, I know you obtain your music, or I'm pretty sure you obtain your music through the Apple Music
Yes.
app, right?
Yes.
Gina, where do you obtain your music when you buy it?
I've already done this.
What? I'm just asking you the question.
Google Play.
Sorry. The time has come for it to play dead. The one-time streaming platform is being shut down permanently in December in favor of YouTube Music, the merger between the two Alphabet-owned companies. A lot of people don't really know that. So some years ago, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, Google decided we need one big parent company over all of our enterprises. And so they formed Alphabet. So the Alphabet company owns Google and all Google-related things. But at any rate, the Alphabet. So Alphabet owns Google Play Music, and they also own YouTube Music, and they own YouTube and YouTube Premium, and so forth and so on. They decided that they're going to just get rid of Google Play, which I always thought was kind of, I didn't care for it much, but.
But I did this morning. It took
Okay.
2 seconds. Mm-hmm. You can, if you have music in Google Play, you can import it very easily into YouTube Music. It took like
Is
I
the
really?
interface nice? I mean, is the YouTube Music interface nice?
I mean, I've only played with it a little bit this morning, but it seemed to work pretty well. So
You know, I've said I use Spotify, and I do, and I use Spotify because the kids got me. The young people got me using Spotify, and I really hate it. I hate it. I hate the interface. I don't like it at all. I pay for it, and I don't like it. And the thing about it too is I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I keep trying. It seems so if I'm paying for Spotify, they also have a big podcast section. So it seems to me, I say, I ought to use that for my podcast as well, because I'm paying for it. But I don't like it. It's terrible. I use a free application for my podcast because, and I don't like the way Spotify does their music either. The way they, it's just the interface is dumb. It's
I don't
weird.
like Spotify because they barely pay the artists.
Well, then
anything.
there's that. But if you hook up your Spotify through your what is it you use? It's not Alexa. It's what is it? Dot.
Oh, I use the Google.
You can tell it. Say, okay, Google,
Yeah.
Google play this from Spotify.
Yeah.
And that makes it easy.
Yeah, it does. It does do that. Ellen DeGeneres is seeing ratings for her talk show plummet to what the Wrap, which is a media outlet reporting, says is a new low as accusations mount that she oversaw a toxic work culture where young staffers were mistreated and in some cases sexually harassed and assaulted by senior level producers. The Ellen DeGeneres show drew a 1.0 live and same-day household rating for the week ending July 26th. That's according to Nielsen, as reported by The Wrap. The outlet noted that the decline is a new all-time low for the series. The figure represents a 9-point drop from the prior week and a whopping 29-point drop from the same week last summer. I don't know if I would attribute that necessarily to the stories coming out about Ellen. There are other things at play there.
Yeah, I think so.
Making the ratings drop. So survivors of a cataclysmic explosion that devastated the Lebanese capital of Beirut last night, picking through the remains of their city for victims today. The death toll has now topped 100, expected to continue rising with more than 4,000 wounded. Beirut, which was once known as the Paris of the Middle East.
Yeah.
It was a fabulously urbane city, a very sophisticated city, and then the troubles, the fighting started in Beirut years ago and pretty well destroyed all of that. But it's still a big, important city. It now resembles a scrapyard. as the sun rose Wednesday with barely a building left unscathed in a blast that was caused by 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate that exploded with about 1/5 the power of an atomic bomb.
Wow.
The atomic bomb that leveled Hiroshima. Street after street, neighborhood after neighborhood, buildings were left without roofs or windows, their interiors shredded by the force of the explosion, believed to have been sparked when a welder, so there's a welder there, he's working on something, there's a spark, and that lights a warehouse which was storing chemicals, that ammonium nitrate, which had been seized from a ship 6 years ago. And then they just left it there.
Just put it over there. We'll get to it.
Put it over there right next to the place where we have fireworks. Because there's a fireworks factory or storage warehouse there as well.
And this is why you need government safety regulations.
Oh, so what do you want? Beirut OSHA? Huh? Is that what you're looking for there?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I don't
Actually,
think
I'd like
so.
OSHA around the world, frankly.
Yeah.
That way I'll feel better when renting scuba tanks in Mexico.
Yeah, which I'm sure you're going to do any day now. The top Democrats and negotiators from the White House say a stimulus deal could be reached by the end of the week and approved as early as the following week. That could be good news for tens of millions of unemployed Americans whose now $600 weekly boost in unemployment benefits has expired. We have to have an agreement, and we will have an agreement, said House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Also, Novavax Incorporated of Gaithersburg, Maryland, has now become the fifth vaccine developer to release a promising result from an early trial. The federal government is paying $1.6 billion to Novavax to come up with 100 million doses of a vaccine. Let's see. Here in Utah, COVID cases. And the number of new coronavirus cases stayed under 400 on Tuesday, but the percentage of tested patients who receive positive results remains high. And that means low testing numbers could be masking the spread of the virus around. That's according to an infectious disease specialist. These are warning signs that we're not ready to relax restrictions quite as readily as we thought we were, said Dr. Sankar Swaminathan. Swaminathan. There we go. Chief of the Infectious Diseases Division at the University of Utah Health. He said that we shouldn't relax things right now, even though that looks sort of flat. It's just be wary. It could change at any time. The Utah Department of Health reported 378 new cases on Tuesday. Nationally, experts, some infectious disease experts are saying, we may be dealing with this for many years.
Yes.
Many years. So we better figure it out and better get used to it and figure out a better way to live with it than we have. A judge ruled Tuesday that there is enough evidence for a man to go on trial after the bodies of his new wife's 2 children were found buried in his yard.
Really? They have enough to go forward with?
We needed a hearing to make sure that we have enough evidence. So is that your yard? Yeah, that was my yard. And you knew who those 2 kids were, didn't you? Yeah, I know who they were. I know. Yeah, and they were buried there, and that was your yard, right? Yeah, it was.
That's enough, right there.
We got anything else? Let's see. Chad Daybell. What a treat he is. He's pleaded not guilty to charges related to hiding the remains of 7-year-old Joshua and 17-year-old Ty Lee. It will be interesting to find out if we do. I assume we will at some point. Who did what? Between the two of them.
You would think that eventually one of them will talk, you'd think, but God, I don't know. I'd still want to ask her why the world didn't end on the 22nd of July. Just curious.
I miscalculate. My math from the Bible is hard.
It is.
Well, or she'll just say, "Get out of my face."
Yeah. Weather, traffic.
Well, get out of my face, this weather. There is no end in sight. I'm looking all the way into the beginning of next week, and it is just mid to upper 90s and hot and no moisture anywhere. So we have that going for us. Traffic, we've got rollover with a dump truck at the intersection of Redwood Road and Indiana Avenue, 9th South. All directions affected. Northbound Redwood Road appears to have the worst delays through that area. And we've also got report of a vehicle on fire, I-15 southbound in Santaquin. Traffic is slowing after Main Street there. And what do you see? Let us know. Text it to us, 33986.
All right. Things that must go, brought to you by.
During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Things that must go on the radio from Hale Show.
Things that you just can't stand anymore. Things that are bugging you so bad you got to get it off your chest. You send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. You put "must go" in the subject line, and if we choose yours and read it on the radio, maybe it'll disappear from your life entirely, but if not, at least you'll get some satisfaction. Get it off your chest. Carrie, you want to go first?
Sure. I'll start with a few from, the steps of Mount Doom. There's always the struggle here.
Yeah.
Things that must go, bottles or packages, specifically bottles, though, that have a safety plastic shrink wrap, but there's no tab to pull.
Yeah, that is awful. Yeah.
That's just...
You gotta get the scissors out.
Yeah, no and I need perforation is what I need somewhere in there. Sue must go for not wiping the hot sauce drippings off the bottle before she puts it away, and then the opening gets gross and crusty, and the sides get sticky, and then I have to, and take out containers that are made of metal, because then we have to put them on a plate to heat them up in the microwave. And also doorbell sound effects on TV or radio commercials, because our dum-dums think they have to rush to the front door.
They are there to protect you, Carrie.
It's like hearing sirens for people. It gives us a heart attack. Okay, this one from, Arlen. I'm hesitant to read this sentence here. I worry. My thing that must go today are wasps. That's, well... Oh, the bugs. Okay. I was worried there for a moment. I have one of those little buggers sting me the other night in the throat.
Ooh.
And somehow it made it under my sheets and stung the crap out of my foot when I was going to bed.
Jeez.
Gina, I hope your foot feels better soon.
Thank you.
Let's see. This one, neighbors not keeping up with yard work. I have a few that are sort of working from home and can't keep up. I'm working 8 hours a day from home, and I still manage to find the time. Driving tired must go. I was listening to the podcast of yesterday's show to help keep me going, and I missed my exit. I don't know whether we made her tired or I'm not sure how that sentence works. Yeah. Let's see. This one from Bradshaw. My brother saying Trump is trying to save jobs at the post office. And
How do you gather that?
Yeah, exactly. And that he doesn't have the power to close the post office. My brother must go. Ken. Oh, no, that was from Ken. Bradshaw says, thanks for letting me listen. You can drag my name all over the place. Jackass in my neighborhood that drives a big, noisy diesel pickup, rolling coal and speeding past small children that are outside playing must go. This is the same guy I saw the other day with a huge Confederate flag flying out of the back of his truck. This is the same guy who lights fireworks well after legal time. Please use your powers to make this go. Thank you, Bradshaw. Who's next?
I'll go next because I also have one here from Fireworks. Bill, feel free to use my name. Fireworks must go. I can only guess that one or more of your Utah politicians most likely has a stake in a fireworks stand or a fireworks company and doesn't want their profits hurt, so they keep them legal. People wearing noise-canceling or giant headphones on trails must go. I'm a mountain biker, and I know there is tension on the trails between people traveling by foot and by bike. I try to be as courteous as possible, but when I'm ringing my bell and politely calling out behind you, you have zero place to yell at me and tell me mountain bikers don't own the trails when you do finally realize that I'm there, but you couldn't hear me because you're wearing your dumb headphones. And when you're flying and the person sitting behind you grabs the back of your seat to get up and then lets go, causing your seat and head to jolt forward. This is especially frustrating if you actually manage to fall asleep and are awakened this way. Thanks for letting me listen. Stay safe, James. And this one, hi, you can go ahead and use my name. I'm a little punch drunk because I was up all night. Insomnia must go. Everything going kaput in the house must go. Within the past 2 months, a garbage disposal, the air conditioning, water heater, and sprinklers. Why? Why must I be punished like this? Existential dread must go. What the hell is this hellscape we call the year 2020? Love you guys. Cat. Gina?
This I got via tweet from a friend of the program, Polly. We prefer you email them in at radiofromhell@x96.com, but you can certainly tweet at us if you like. Polly works at a COVID testing center.
Ooh.
And she says, we see a lot of people who are terrified because a coworker who tested positive decided to show up at work before telling anyone they tested positive. Also, people whose kids go to daycare and now their kid is sick because another kid has tested positive at daycare. She also says people who are annoyed that they have to wait to be tested because the lines are so long. People who scratch at the arms and hands of workers who are swabbing them. People find that they didn't think it was a big deal now that their family of 5 is all running fevers well over 100. Come in when the first person gets sick. Don't wait till the entire family is sick to come in. She says it's a little hard to not be irritated with humanity lately, but there are enough wonderful people out there truly doing their best. And thank God for that. That's
Where
for
are
Polly.
they? Where are they, Polly? Where? Where are those wonderful people?
This from Please Don't Use My Name. It'll get me in trouble for this one.
Ooh.
Things that must go. My lazy coworker. She's only been here a few months, always on her phone, always late, always takes her time, gets paid more than me. I've been here 3 years and I show more effort and definitely work harder. Either kick her ass into gear or pay me more. Thanks for letting me listen.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Let's see. We have... What do we have? We have report of a vehicle fire, I-15 southbound in Santaquin. Traffic is slowing down after Main Street through there. Rolled over dump truck at the intersection of Redwood Road and Indiana Avenue. That's 9th South. All directions are affected, but northbound Redwood Road appears to have the worst of the delays. If you see something you want to share with friends of the program, please text it to us and I'll pass it along. 33986. Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit. 77 cents on a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license. 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
All right, we will take a break. We will be back right after these with round one of your boners. Big boy
Dr.
news.
Cobble coming up.
Dr. Cobble coming up at 7:45. Start formulating a question in your brain that you have for the doctor about COVID. Things
I
you
also
want.
I think I may have the culprit about who stung your ankle. Gee, maybe we can talk about that in our next break.
Okay.
Coming
I've
up.
got
Also,
it.
don't forget at 9 o'clock, our old friend Dallin Weeks from IDK How. Debuting their new song here on the radio. All right? Stand by for all of that. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
It was a short one.
Hey, Katie, I just texted you a picture. I don't know if you can get it on.
Well, I have a couple of quick things that'll buy us time so that they can get it
Okay.
ready, all right? It's x96.com/live where you can go to see us broadcasting live from our homes until further notice. And just a couple of quick things for me. Just a warning, as you watch us on Radio from Hell TV over the next couple of days, please watch for my skin pallor to change color because my one tomato plant has decided that all the tomatoes are ready now. There's no waiting. All of the tomatoes are ready now. You have to eat them all now.
It would be nice if they could time that every few days.
So we'll be having BLTs and tomato soup for the next 2 to 3 days.
If you've got too many, if you want to leave a bag on the porch, I'll just come and grab them.
They're that ripe. I mean, they're to the point where we need to make soup today, you know, because I made the mistake of leaving them alone for a couple of days. So there's that. Second of all, at x96.com/live, in my continuing series of a new poster every day this week from the Carrie's Childhood Bedroom Collection. This one, I had a different one set for today, but I changed it at the last minute to this one. Because as you can see, Gina, from 1978.
Oh, yes.
Lonnie Anderson poster.
Classic.
Classic. And that's 78 today.
What?
It's Lonnie Anderson's birthday.
Oh, she's
78 years
She's
old
78
today?
years old today.
Somebody that looks like that can grow up to be 78 years old?
I know, right?
Well,
So
good
that's
for
why
you, Lonnie Anderson.
I changed that one at the last minute when I found out it was Lonnie Anderson's birthday today. So there you go.
Nice.
The Lonnie
And
Anderson
that should also serve as a warning to children, parents with children. You may not want them to watch the Radio from Hell show today. That's considered a way too sexy, controversial poster in some circles.
At the time, it was extraordinarily controversial.
Yeah.
But
No,
again,
I'm
the
serious, yeah.
the conversation that Mom and Dad had was, Mom did the Marge Simpson, and Dad said, "Hey, look, I'm just glad he's not gay. That's all."
You know, speaking of milestones, it's Lonnie Anderson's birthday.
Yeah.
I discovered an amazing piece of information yesterday about myself.
You have the same measurements as Lonnie Anderson. No?
So I follow this Twitter account called the Brimley Cocoon Line.
Oh, yes.
We've talked about the Brimley Cocoon Line. The Brimley Cocoon Line is the point at which you reach the age that Wilford Brimley was when he was in the movie Cocoon. And this all started with a picture of Tom Cruise when he turned 50, next to a picture of 50-year-old Wilford Brimley in Cocoon. Because the premise of Cocoon was these old people...
Yeah, they're in an old folks home.
Yeah.
They're in assisted living, and, you know.
And the point was, well, look at what Wilford Brimley looked at 50 and what other people look like at 50.
Yeah.
So this is the tweet from yesterday. It says, born November 10th, 1969, actress Ellen Pompeo of Grey's Anatomy is 18,530 days old today, matching the age of the late, great Wilford Brimley on the day Cocoon was released. Congratulations, Ellen Pompeo. You've reached the Brimley Cocoon Line. And what I learned when I saw that tweet was, I too, as of yesterday, was 18,530 days old and have reached the Brimley Cocoon Line. Because Ellen and I were born on the exact same day.
But what is that? I don't know what that means, though.
She just explained it.
I didn't get it.
It's how old Wilford Brimley was when he did Cocoon.
Yeah.
Even though he was playing someone who was 80,
yeah,
he was only in his 50s.
Yeah.
That's the Brimley Cocoon Line.
Do I look like I could be in an old folks' home right now?
No.
That's the point.
That's the point.
But Wilford Brimley did.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
I don't know. I just
go ahead.
I don't.
The point is, hey,
Isn't
I'm
that
old.
interesting?
but I don't look old.
Yeah.
Wilford looked old.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
It seems to be putting a lot of effort into, hey, you look a lot older than you really are, or you don't look as old as you are. So okay.
Go ahead.
What I didn't
thought it was a big day for me, Bill, and you're poo-pooing it.
It was a big day for you because you didn't look as old as Wilford Brimley at the
Yes.
same age. Okay.
Yes. I
And
feel
that's-
pretty good about myself that I don't look like Wilford Brimley. That's
all it
basically
took. That's all it took to feel good about yourself. Okay. All right. It's interesting. I guess we find, you find your little helpers through the day as best you can.
Exactly.
Yeah. I found the bug that bit you on the ankle.
You did.
Yeah. And we're anxiously awaiting the pus report to find out what kind of an infection this bug left Gina. But I think if you go to x96.com/live, I looked down by my computer mouse, and there it was, sitting there right next to it, x96.com/live, and I'll hold it up here. I killed it.
Yeah. Jeez.
This is what bit you, I think. It was this guy right here. I don't know what the best angle.
What
it's
is
probably
that?
It's a bug that bit you. I don't. It's a wasp I don't know. It's dangerous. Right there, it bit you.
Did somebody place that by your mouse to scare you this morning?
No, for some reason I have this little box over here. And it's just a little white box, and I've had it for years and years and years. And I thought, I don't even remember what's in that box. And I opened it up, and that's what's in it.
A rubber bug.
Yeah, a rubber. I don't know. Is it supposed to be a fly? I guess I don't know. A rubber bug and 3 blood capsules, the kind that you put in your mouth and then bite, so that it looks like
normal people don't have blood capsules just laying around the house.
I know. I know that. I thought
Just
it was
in
odd.
case.
I just found this little box. See, there's the blood capsules right there. 3 little blood capsules, 2 little blood capsules. I don't know why I have this. And then another little box inside the white box that said this size up, and this is full of ants, rubber ants.
What to do what?
I don't
with?
know. And then also in here is a picture of, I think this is South Fork from Dallas.
Yes, it appears to be.
Yeah, so I don't know. I have no idea why I have this. 0.
Huh, that's interesting.
Might have something to do with Wilford Brimley, however.
Yeah.
It could. I'm loath to throw it away. Yeah, you see, it even says these little capsules. There's a little sign inside there that says frothing blood capsules.
Frothing?
Yeah. I wonder if I should try them.
Sure, go ahead.
It'd probably be kind of messy, wouldn't it?
Do it now, before News and Boners.
Yeah, no, I don't think I don't think I'm tempted. Believe me, I'm tempted, but I don't think I will.
But you're going to keep them just in case. You never know when you might need frothing blood capsules.
This guy's going to go back in the box, and I'm going to put the box away, and I probably will not look at it ever again. And then when I die in a year or so, my relatives will be going through this and say, "I wonder why he had this."
And still no one will know.
No, because I don't know why I have
Well,
it.
is that motivation enough for you to go through your entire house and get rid of things that people will ask, why does he have this?
There's too much of that.
Well, if you started now, you said you have a year.
I got about a year, I think.
I figure if you
About a
started
year.
now, maybe.
There really is so much stuff here that I've kind of hung on to. Sort of like you do, Carrie, except it's not organized very well, and then a lot of it I don't really remember why I have it or where I got it.
I've been getting rid of a lot of my stuff.
I have a hard time doing it.
I get rid of too much stuff.
Like I should have thrown this box away. I should have thrown this away, but I don't remember who gave it to me and why.
I I have some vague memory of someone bringing it to the station. I have a vague memory of us talking about this.
Before. And that's the problem. Like if you go to my desk at work, or probably Carrie's desk at work, there's all of this stuff that people have given us over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it pretty cool stuff. And I
mean, Katie could go take pictures and post them. All of that stuff on my top shelf is all stuff that people have given me.
Yeah, me too. And there's so much of it that has accumulated over, about almost 7,500 episodes of the Radio from Hell show. So much of it that's accumulated that you just don't. A lot of it you just don't remember. Where did that come from?
I need to find another person who wants to sell all the most of these toys online for me, because I don't have the patience to do it. Mm-hmm. So I had my nephew doing it, and I was giving him half. I'd say just sell the stuff and send it off and take care of it. You can take half. I don't care, but I had to stop asking him to do that for reasons.
You found out he was cheating you, right?
I need to find another person who has time and patience to do it all, to sell it all. Because you got to take pictures, you got to place the ads, and then the shipping,
ship it off,
and all that stuff. So I need to find somebody to do that. But I got a ton of stuff I want to get rid of.
You're going to hear from a bunch of people now. Carrie, I'll do it for you. You're going to get inundated.
Well, I need, clearly. You need to be vetted. Clearly, trusted. So we'll see. Let's. Oh, okay. 7:14. Let's traffic, please.
Friend of the program. Whoa.
Oh.
Friend of the program says crews are replacing rails on tracks at 90th South and Old Bingham Highway. Just stay away, they say. Thank you for that. They sent that in via text at 33986. What do you see? What do you want people to stay away from? Send it in and I'll pass it along. Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
They're encouraging you, Bill, not to use the foaming blood caps yet, because as the Rona gets worse, there will be roving gangs attacking the few remaining peaceful humans left. You can use the foaming blood capsules to make them think that you have the disease, and then they won't touch you.
Thank you. Good plan.
There's a reason to hang on to
plan.
it. Round one.
Round one of the boners coming up. Here are the titles. Boner candidate number 1. They looked dangerous to me. Boner candidate number 2. Pretty hard for the Trump wall to stop that. And boner candidate number 3, hey, accidents happen.
All right. Round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Santa Last, because it's all about keeping it clean.
Yeah, let's get some hand sanitizer from Santa Last. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, they have their own special brand of hand sanitizer, but they also do the disinfecting service for schools and businesses and homes.
Yeah, Katie, talk to somebody about getting some fresh hand sanitizer for that common area out there in the cantina.
Santa Last, now they came to our offices and did this procedure. It lasts for 28 days. They offer a safe, effective, and efficient solution to help keep surfaces bacteria and virus-free for up to 28 days, kills 99.9% of all germs, bacteria, and viruses, including COVID-19. It's environmentally safe on all surfaces. Santa Last also offers this FDA-certified hand sanitizer. So if you want to find out about what Santa Last does and how to get them into your home, pretty simple. You just go to, you can go to their website, which is santalast.com. Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly, and it says, Hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked
Oh,
at
okay.
this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really?
Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Guthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin. Yes.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
Oh, I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here.
Yeah. Today, says Matt. Oh, it says subject. Hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front and This Blood's for You on the back. Of course, it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes.
It was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, "We have some really interesting people working here." They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank you.
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Matt Timian,
Oh,
our intern.
him and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want, have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I can throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant moral. .22, time now for round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one of these 3 deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. And if it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 coming up at 8:20 this morning with 3 different candidates. And we'll take both of our winners and put them together at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, though, you got to pick your champion for round one. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday. Katie's showing you right now at x96.com/live. She's showing you the Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Someday my shirt will come. All right, boner candidate number 1. They looked dangerous. Police in Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
Detained and handcuffed a black mother and her 4 children at gunpoint on Sunday after mistakenly identifying the SUV she was driving as a stolen motorcycle.
Well, like how?
So the SUV plates indicated that it was actually a stolen motorcycle. I don't know what, but there was a flag on the plate for some reason. It had been a stolen, but it said stolen motorcycle, not an SUV. Video of the incident shared by witness Jenny Wirtz shows Brittany Gilliam and her 4 children, including her sister, 2 nieces, and 6-year-old daughter, lying face down on the asphalt in a strip mall parking lot surrounded by cops. I actually didn't know what I was watching when I first started seeing what was happening. I'd never seen a gun that close, Ms. Wirtz told CBS Denver. I went from seeing kids in a car to seeing a gun pointed at kids in a car. I'm not anti-police, she said. I'm anti what happened yesterday. That was ridiculous. The Aurora Police Department told 9 News that Gilliam's license plate matched up with one belonging to a motorcycle from a different state that had been reported stolen earlier Sunday morning. Adding to the confusion, Gilliam's own car was also reported stolen in February, though it was recovered the next day. Gilliam said she and the children were trying to get their nails done when officers approached the car with their guns drawn and ordered them out of the vehicle. The family was cuffed. Then the officers uncuffed them and apologized after they realized they'd made a mistake. I've been stopped, mistaken license plate for a mistaken. At least that's what the police said when they stopped me. I said, "Why did you stop me? I wasn't speeding," and they said, "Your car matched a description of one that had been stolen recently," which I think was BS.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they didn't say draw their guns and say get out of the car.
Well, you're a white man, Bill.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, they look dangerous. There's boner candidate number 2. It's pretty hard for the Trump wall to stop that. Back in July, 5:30 in the morning, Border Patrol agents assigned to the Rio Grande City Station were observed a pickup truck near the Rio Grande in Fronton. The vehicle was spotted and seen loading items onto the back of a truck, and then it proceeded toward Highway 83. The vehicle traveled east and began traveling toward Roma, Texas, and agents initiated a traffic stop. The suspect refused to stop. The driver later came to an abrupt stop and fled on foot in the direction of the border. Agents said the vehicle was registered to CMF Leasing in Fort Worth, Texas. Identifying decals on the truck promoted Southwest Valley Construction, a firm holding a contract to build parts of the border wall system. Investigation found that the driver was a resident of Roma, Texas, who worked for that company, and he and other members of that company, a construction company that had a contract to build parts of the border wall, were also smuggling drugs across the border.
Why is this a boner? That's a perfect setup there.
Because it's pretty hard for the Trump wall to stop that. That's why it's a boner. A big, beautiful wall there, it'll stop all the drugs. Well, unless, of course, boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Accidents happen.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Sanilast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market and continues to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
Well, I do this story for one reason, and you'll see why in just a second. So who is Jonathan Swan, the reporter who grilled President Trump, the reporter from Axios? Who is this guy?
He's a badass. That's who he is.
He says I could. So somebody asked that question. Says I couldn't help but notice he has an accent. Very perceptive of you. The Axios reporter with the furrowed brow and comically perplexed expression is Jonathan Swan, a former Sydney Morning Herald journalist. After making his name as a political reporter in Australia, Swan moved back to the U.S. in 2014 to work as a congressional aide as part of an academic fellowship. Since then, he's worked as a reporter at The Hill before moving to Axios in 2016. And since the Trump interview, he has become hugely popular thanks to his quizzical responses to the president's insistence that the U.S. was doing better than any other country in tackling COVID-19. He in Australia, Mr. Swan is best remembered. So he's done a lot of political journalism in Australia, but he is best remembered for his scoops about politicians abusing their their parliamentary entitlements. Oh, and he's also very well known for a story about a senator throwing kangaroo feces at his brother.
Oh, we all remember that.
The kangaroo poo story.
Mm-hmm.
People,
Jonathan
many of them
Swan.
are older people,
What's
Mr.
your
President.
definition of control? Yeah. Under the
It's giving them a false sense of
circumstances right
security.
now, I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. And it is what it is.
There you go.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Let's see.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Top Democrats and White House negotiators express optimism that a deal on a second coronavirus stimulus package could be done by the end of the week. A USA Today analysis of Johns Hopkins data through late Tuesday shows one state set records for new cases of coronavirus in a week, while 3 states had a record number of deaths in a week. A new case record set in Hawaii, Puerto Rico, record numbers of deaths reported in California, Florida, and Georgia. The United States has reported 4,771,080 cases and 156,801 deaths. Shortage of Clorox disinfecting wipes. They say that the company says that probably will extend into next year. Linda Rendell, president and CEO-elect of Clorox, said it could take until year's end to reach supply levels that we need to be at. Rendell and Clorox chairman Benno Dorer said the demand for the company's disinfecting wipes has outpaced expectations and is not expected to slow. Well, get on the case, Benno. Let's start cranking out those wipes. Let's see. Very broad concerns being expressed about Cottonwood Heights policing. On Tuesday, for a third straight day, protesters voiced concerns about the Cottonwood Heights police, even as dozens of citizens did the same thing during a digital-only city council meeting. Sunday's protests escalated into the police use of force, including a city council member who said she was punched by the police during the melee. I can't get it out of my head, said Anna McNamer, who was protesting Sunday and showed up in front of City Hall Tuesday to hold a sign. After the cops beat the crud out of your neighbors, you devote your time, added McNamer. So
I'm still unclear what happened here.
Well, there's a family of a kid, a guy who was shot by the Cottonwood Heights police 2 years ago, and they have decided to revisit this whole thing and bring it up. They think that he was unjustly shot by the Cottonwood Heights police, and that it was covered up or brushed aside, and they weren't happy. And they have a lot of friends and neighbors in the area that agree with them and that are supporting them.
I know this family.
Yeah,
I grew up with them. I'm friends with the older brother of the kid who was killed.
Yeah.
Oh, you were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so they're very, very, very passionate about this, and they've got a lot of friends in the area that are also have become passionate about it, and now it's becoming as much a protest against the police, the Cottonwood Heights police, as it is a neighborhood squabble as well. I mean, there are some people in the area who are really against what they're doing, against the protests that they're having. So that's what it is.
Okay.
Representative Chris Stewart. I saw this on Sunday, and I didn't read the whole article. And then I don't know, for some reason I read the end of the article yesterday, and I didn't read the whole article because he's a dink.
Yeah.
I mean,
Chris
Chris
he's
Stewart
up
is
for
a
re-election, by the way.
Here, listen to this. Chris Stewart, member of the House Intelligence Committee, was talking about national security dangers from countries like China and Russia, but then he pivoted and started to talk about the only real threat that could destroy America, and that's Americans.
What?
I worry that we may destroy ourselves, that we may commit national suicide. And then he ticked off some signs that America is not healthy and might destroy itself unless it changes course. A healthy nation would not tear down its founding fathers and the statues of them, he said. A healthy nation wouldn't have demonstrations where it's okay to assault the police. No one knows what is true anymore, he said. Our trust in the media has been destroyed because of their active deception. Our trust in some political organizations has been destroyed because of active deception. So he says the media and other political, not his political organization, but other political organizations are trying to deceive you and pull the wool over your eyes and give you essentially fake news. But then he goes on to say at the end of his moronic statements, it is a reality that China could have prevented that coronavirus, but they essentially said at some point, hey, we know this is going to be devastating to our country economically. We're going to make sure that other nations feel the same pain. And they allowed the virus to spread. They allowed thousands of people to leave Wuhan and travel around the world knowing that they would spread the virus. There is zero evidence. And when Chris Stewart is asked, how do you know this? Prove that. How do you know that China
Purposefully.
They maybe didn't create the virus intentionally, but when they got it and it was devastating them, let's send people around the world to devastate everybody. That is such bull. He offered no evidence to back up his claim.
Well, and the things that he was saying out loud is the stuff that he knows his party does about manipulating facts and manipulating the news media. That's all his party.
Listen, the media is trying to pull the wool over your eyes and trying to disabuse you of the truth. And certain, not the Republican Party, but certain political institutions. You know what he means. He means the Democrats, the liberals.
He's incorrect there. There is that happening, but it's with Fox News. It's with OAN.
I will remind you that there's an election this November.
Yes.
And there's a really nice, smart man named Cale Weston.
Mm-hmm.
He's worked. He's a diplomat. He's worked in the government.
But he's not a former fighter pilot and the author of several successful books, Gina.
He's a smart. He is an author. He's written books. He's a smart guy, a reasonable guy. And there's an election in November. Chris Stewart does not have to be a representative for our state.
I would just point out one other thing before we go here to the Boner candidate number 3. Chris Stewart's boss, Donald Trump, not the people of Utah, Donald Trump. Chris Stewart's boss, Donald Trump, has said voting by mail is wrong, voting by mail is wrong. Oh, except now, you know what, we can have voting by mail in Florida. Well, Mr. President, if voting by mail is rife with fraud, why can we have voting by mail in Florida? Why is that okay? Well, because we've got a good Republican governor there.
Yeah. Exactly. You see, this is your guy, Chris Stewart. this is your guy. Don't vote for Chris Stewart. All right. Weather, traffic.
Don't vote for the weather either, because it's being a butt. It's just hot and dry and sunny and bad air for days and days and days. I'm sorry, that's depressing when I do the weather like that. Sunny and 97 for a high today. How about that?
Clear skies.
Beautiful clear. Well, they're not really clear. They got a bunch of ozone in it. Please try to not drive so much or idle your car. You can actually go to x96.com. We have the UCare program where you can get some ideas on some things you can do to help make the air be not quite so bad as it's been. Traffic, we've got, let's see, crash. This is up in Summit County, SR 224 at Chambers Avenue. And that is the only accident I have. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us any traffic. I appreciate it when you let me know what you see. Like this person saying, crews replacing the rails on the tracks line 90th South on Old Bingham Highway. Just stay away, they say. They sent that in via text at 33986. You can too. Well, we'll pass it along. Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, is now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, visit feldmansdeli.com or call 801-906-0369.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Oops! Accidents will happen. Following an investigation, Italian police have identified the culprit who vandalized a 200-year-old statue in Rome in a museum. And it turns out it's just an accident. He didn't do it on purpose. The unidentified 50-year-old man who was visiting Italy from Austria said he was only trying to pose for a photo, get a selfie, with the Antonio Canova sculpture of Paulina Bonaparte, when he grabbed a hold of the statue's foot and snapped off all of the toes. While some people might say, well, accidents happen, Vittorio Scarbi, president of the Antonio Canova Foundation, says, I don't necessarily subscribe to that notion. He said, I've asked the police to clarify. I think this looks like it's a real vandalism. He said the toe breaker should receive a harsh punishment before being forced to return to his homeland. The scarring of the Canova sculpture is unacceptable. So far, no charges have been filed. Whether it was an accident or not, trying to get a selfie with this statue and breaking off the toes, either negligently or purposefully, is boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. They looked very dangerous. Aurora, Colorado police handcuffing and putting them down on the blacktop, face down. This family, a woman and her 4 kids. One of the kids 6 years old, all handcuffed behind their back. And if you see the picture, that poor little 6-year-old just looks pathetic. Boner candidate number 2, well, it's pretty hard for the Trump wall to stop that, isn't it? A border wall construction crew caught smuggling drugs from Mexico into Texas. And boner candidate number 3, oops, well, accidents happen.
All right, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 2's voting, round 2 at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We take both of our winners, one from each round, and put them both against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth studio at Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 5, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round one. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
Ah, yes, our good friends at Shamrock Plumbing. If you really have any problems with your plumbing, you
Big
you
or
should call.
small.
Yeah, they'll do they'll come and clean the hair out of your drain if that's all it takes. And sometimes in our house, that's a big problem. There's lots of hair in the drain. But they do new construction as well, plumbing contractors for apartment buildings and all of that. And Shamrock Plumbing, they make sure that every truck is sanitized. They carry a washing station for washing up before and after they come into your home. They keep their employees home if they're sick, so everything is on the up and up with Shamrock Plumbing. And now Shamrock Plumbing doesn't employ salespeople that work off of commissions. They have technicians that are trained to take care of a problem at hand, not the problem you might have. So Shamrock Plumbing, call them for any plumbing emergency or just a refurbishment of your plumbing systems. 801-295-1690 or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
And
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
but
on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they'd put
the
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
There's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Hey, 7:48. Time to award round one of your boners.
And we should point out that Dr. Cobble,
Oh,
Michael
yes.
Cobble, is on hold right now, waiting for your questions about coronavirus or whatever else. We'll probably have to ask him about Gina's injury, her pus situation as well. But, get your questions lined up for Dr. Michael Cobble. 877-602-9696 is the number to speak with Dr. Cobble. All right, here we go. The boner candidates brought to you in part by, oh, man, it was so good, chicken thighs with the chimichurri sauce.
And feel like a drink? Check out Park City Cocktail Contest through August. Park City's best mixologists will feature a plethora of delicious mixed drinks. You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
We had boner candidate number one. Well, they looked dangerous. A mother and her 4 children, people of color, African American, I think, and they got stopped by the cops because their license plate matched apparently a stolen motorcycle's license plate from another state, and that's enough reason to get them out of the car, handcuff them all face down in a parking lot, including the most dangerous of all, the 6-year-old. You know.
Yep.
Then there was number 2. Pretty hard for the border wall, Trump border wall, to stop that, isn't it? Construction crew at the border wall caught smuggling drugs from Mexico to Texas. And boner candidate number 3. Oops, accidents happen. A man accidentally breaking the toes off a 200-year-old statue as the man was trying to get a selfie with the statue. And I guess the statue wouldn't hold still or something. You know, he had to try and he broke the toes off of it. Sam won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, overwhelming winner, boner candidate number 1. Well, they look dangerous to me.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 1. It now qualifies to be boner of the day. It's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We take the winner of each round and we put them together for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That is when you will decide boner of the day. And once again, a reminder of the phone number right now to talk to Dr. Cobble. It's 877-602-9696. Call in.
Ask your questions about coronavirus and what's up with that, and he's got a lot of information about it.
All right, let me get his theme up here. This is Dr. Cobble's comforting doctor theme.
Do we have any calls right off the bat?
Not right off the bat, no.
Oh, we do. Katie says we do have somebody.
Oh, we have Eric. Okay.
Okay.
But 877-602-9696.
Okay.
And we can go to Eric. Let's get started. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, just wondering if you would advise going to the dentist right now for a cleaning.
Dr. Cobble, dentist visits.
Well, I think dentist visits are fine. Yeah, they're wearing a mask and shouldn't be a problem unless you're sick. You shouldn't go to anywhere if you're sick.
And you would think most dentists are taking precautions. I know Gina's gone, and Gina's very cautious, but she's gone to the dentist.
I went to see Dr. Carroll, and my thought was go get my kids a cleaning, get me a cleaning, and if they see any potential problems, they can take care of it now, because I'd rather take care of it now than in the middle of winter.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think it's great to go there, and most of them are asking if anyone's been sick 2 weeks prior, and they're checking temperatures, and again, making you wear masks. And Salt Lake County is making you wear a mask, so that's great. It's helped a lot cut down the infection rates we've seen the last couple of days.
Thanks, Eric.
Great, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, 877-602-9696 if you would like to ask a question of an actual doctor, not your crazy uncle on Facebook.
Should we get an update, if we don't have any calls right now, get an update, give Dr. Cobble an update on Gina's pus?
Yeah, I was wondering how your leg is, Gina.
Well, you, Dr. Cobble, with just a glancing look at a blurry picture, said, that's fine, but it wasn't.
Oh, no. So the boys had to chainsaw your leg off, huh?
Yep, I now have a stump. No, it got infected. I had to go to the Instacare and have them de-roof it, which we all learned the difference between debreeding and de-roofing, which are two different things.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, but
go
ahead.
You started having pussy discharge come out of it?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Like
right after she got off the phone with you.
Yeah,
about
an hour or two.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, because it
should have
just
called me.
It did just look like a blister when Dr. Cobble saw it. But yeah, it was.
It turned on me.
Yeah. So I guess we'll never.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer person.
Thank you. I'm glad
we'll
you
never
think
know what bit her, probably, but I guess the people at the Instacare who de-roofed it said we can tell you what kind of an infection it is, what kind of a pus, after we send it to the lab. So
I'll give you an update on that, Dr. Cobble, when I have it. But I know you're dying to know.
Gonorrhea.
What? Went right to the gonorrhea?
The flying gonorrhea bug is,
They've got those killer hornets coming out of Asia, so who knows?
You never know, yeah.
But no, I went to the Instacare, Dr. Cobble, and it's the one right there on 4th South, and they had COVID testing stations there that were closed down when I went there, and I'm wondering if you could just talk briefly about how our numbers have gone down, and do you think that's due to less testing, or do you actually think there's less infection out there?
Well, I think the mask mandate in Salt Lake County and Summit County has helped a ton. And I think, we were averaging over 500 a day. At our peak, we were getting almost 1,000 a day. And now we're around 350 a day the last 2 days. So I hope it stays there. Testing stayed about the same. Our testing's been about 5,000 tests a day. It fluctuates between 3,000 and 7,000. But testing stayed about the same. So the lower cases are not because of testing rates. What we had seen initially was about 5% of people were test positive, and then during the peak that we'd seen in the last 6 weeks, about 10% of people were test positive. But it has nothing to do with lower cases because there's lower testing. Again, Utah continues to average about 5,000 tests, people tested per day.
All right. Well, let's see. We're starting to get some phone calls lined up for you. We'll take a break right now. So, Kelly, hang on the line. There are a couple more lines open. Talk to a doctor about your questions. As far as COVID goes, don't rely on your crazy uncle on Facebook. You've got a doctor here. You can ask him questions and get the real story at 877-602-9696. We'll take your calls right after these. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, things have been moving fairly well this morning. I'm not seeing any accidents, so I'm looking at the UDOT website, and maybe you see something you think I should pass along. You can text that to us, 33986.
All right. Before we take a break, just a quick message from the Park City Restaurant Association, it's the cocktail contest again this year. Look forward to it
Cheers.
every year.
Yeah.
They have great mixologists up in Park City, and they're all competing for who has mixed the best drink, and you get to decide.
Yeah. So what the deal is, 2020 is, man, what a year, right? But they're not going to give up on the cocktail contest at Park City. The most talented mixologists battle for the best cocktail award. Park City area bartenders have created their own unique cocktail recipes in this annual contest. Somebody is going to win $500. Some wonderful bartender, mixologist at Park City is going to win $500. So throughout the month of August, locals and guests are invited to sample delicious mixed drinks at participating Park City restaurants and bars, and then vote online for your favorite pick. You have to be 21 years of age or older to vote and participate. Limit 1 vote per person, and one of these mixologists is going to win $500 cash and bragging rights, of course. If you want to find out more, go to parkcityrestaurants.com.
The school supplies many of us take.
All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
In
giant.
what movie
in
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot
Which is coming out this summer.
that destroys a town.
He also did. It's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man, and in this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down.
No, I asked because they are
boyfriends
or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen.
They're
You
on the computer.
you
all
take a girl.
day.
You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm
You're
not
in.
saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all
kind
I'm
of insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. Quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
It sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question without getting too political. How is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was
We're
my
gonna
next
have the
question. Where's
holodeck.
my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it. So,
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is: do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and like
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
architecture? Don't you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney @gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day parade Saturday,
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. Okay, let's get back to Dr. Cobble.
877-602-9696 number you can call and ask Dr. Cobble about coronavirus and your fears. Maybe you can put some of your fears to rest, how to live with it, or what you should do. So we've got some calls there, I think.
Let's start with Kelly. Go ahead, Kelly.
My question for Dr. Cobble is this. I am getting a test today, and my doctor did mention to me the last time I saw him that besides the nasal passage swabbing, you could do it like you do for strep in the throat. Can you tell me if that's as effective? I mean, I haven't heard of anybody being tested that way.
Yeah, so LabCorp has oral swabs and nasal swabs, and the oral swab with LabCorp is just as accurate as a nasal swab, and it's certainly remarkably more comfortable.
Okay.
A lot of the testing sites now, you don't have to put the nasal swab in for 45 seconds. You can do it for 5 or 10 seconds, depending on the site that's testing. But the oral swab, if they do it in the back of the throat, is just as good as the nasal swab. Just as accurate.
Awesome.
So you've got to pick your discomfort.
You're in luck, Kelly. You're in luck. You're in luck.
Should I do them both?
Yeah, just cover your bases.
Swab me everywhere.
Once you arrive, well, take a lift or something. Then once you arrive, have a bottle of vodka and just a couple of shots, and then it won't be as problematic.
I think I'm just going to
Terry,
get
I love the way you think.
I'm just going to get a T-shirt that says "Swab me."
Yeah,
That's awesome. I'll wear that T-shirt.
I'm not sure which choice I would make, the throat or the nose, because they're both going to kind of gag you.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
Well, let us know how.
I have until 11:30 to decide.
Well, let us know how it goes, okay?
Yeah, let us know,
Okay.
Kelly.
All right, see ya.
Thanks, guys, so much. Appreciate it.
Let's go to Holly. Hello, Holly.
Hi, Holly.
Hello. My question is, the valley is so gross right now, and I woke up with a sore throat, and I'm like, is this my allergies, or do I need to actually maybe go get tested?
Yeah, let's talk about. I was reading an article today, Dr. Cobble, in the New York Times, I think it was, about symptoms of COVID, and they can vary so much. And every cough or sneeze or sore throat or headache, and then you go, wait, maybe I have it. What do we do about that?
Yeah, I think that's hard. Again, I think for, the symptoms could be mild to moderate to quite dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
I think the significant symptoms, of course, are chest pain, shortness of breath, severe fatigue, fever, muscle aches and pains. So really it's dynamic like the flu.
Mm-hmm.
The bad thing is mild symptoms of cold or mild symptoms of hay fever or moderate symptoms of hay fever. It could be a headache or sinus congestion or sore throat or even a low-grade fever, 99, 99.7. Again, if your fever is 101, 102, 103, that's not hay fever. If you're having a lot of muscle aches, you're having chest pain, shortness of breath, that's not hay fever. So again, you wake up with a mild sore throat, a little headache, a little achy. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried if you've been in a high-risk environment. So my dad had to go to Colorado over the weekend to help my sister move, and came back, and yesterday morning had a headache and a sore throat.
Yeah.
So I talked to him yesterday afternoon, and it was gone, and it was probably just allergies or hay fever from driving to Colorado and back, or moving things in the rental storage unit, or again, hay fever's real common to have these mild, low-grade symptoms, and if a little Tylenol or Claritin takes the symptoms away, then it's obviously not COVID. If the symptoms go more than 3 days, you probably should be tested.
This article I was reading in the New York Times said one thing we know for certain: the nose has the tendency to be ground zero for COVID. And so you'll start feeling stuff in your nose, and painful headache is also really common.
All right. Thank you, Holly.
Holly.
All right.
You're probably okay, Holly, is basically what we're saying there.
Yeah.
You're probably fine.
That's Dr. Bill saying.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Let's go to Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me listen.
Sure.
So I am a teacher, and we are going back, and we're all mandated to wear face masks. And so much of our communication is nonverbal that you can't get with a face mask. And so I was thinking about going with a full face shield, and I'm wondering how effective that is as compared to a face mask.
Well, the face mask is a little bit more effective. The combination of the two is fantastic. It really just depends on the comfort level. My dad likes to wear a face shield. I wear a N95 mask at work. I think you could combine the two, and that'd be remarkably more effective. But again, if people are coughing up underneath the face shield, that's a little bit of a risk. But again, if you're not a high-risk person, the hardest thing for you as a teacher and for people as parents, do we send kids to school? And then you as a teacher, if you have high-risk secondary medical conditions, that's really scary for you as a teacher. And I think the big thing is wearing a mask or a shield or both, washing your hands, distancing the kids, and not touching your face or touching anything without washing your hands or cleaning your hands afterwards. You're just going to have to do really good hand hygiene and face hygiene to protect yourself and or the kids that you're around.
Could I suggest one other thing that you might try? Because expressiveness is important in the classroom, and if you have to wear a mask, but maybe I would suggest taking a mime class or two.
Yeah.
So take a mime class, use some more
It's
body
so
language.
windy in here.
Yeah, use some more body language and that kind of thing. It might help as well.
But I do think if you are, and that's a great suggestion, I do think if you're staying 6 to 10 feet away from the kids, I think the mask is going to work, or the face shield is going to work great. I think that works really well.
But
And
it's hard to, yeah.
They're not going to pay any attention to you anyway. You know
I
that.
say that it's hard to, yeah. All right, Nick, thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Let's go to Cindy. Hi, Cindy. Cindy?
Oh, Cindy.
Did we lose Cindy?
Cindy.
There she is,
Can you
Cindy.
guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes, go
okay,
ahead.
sorry, I was going for a walk. I had my AirPods in. I too, like the previous caller, am a teacher, and I will be back to a very large high school August 24th with an average of 36 kids coming into my classroom every 90 minutes. I will just take any tips on keeping my kiddos and my classroom sanitized and clean.
Wow, 36 kids in your classroom.
Well, that's on a
Is that
good
correct?
day. I have a class of 40.
Oh, geez. And they're not
Yeah.
talking about separating those out
Wow.
at all?
So I have tables rather than desks, so we could do group work in the good old days. So I have 2 kids at each table. I've separated those as much as I can, but every desk, at least one period, will be completely full. I mean, my room will there's a body in every seat. I did my best, but it's kind of crappy.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do.
I would call in sick every day.
There's no substitute. I love what I do.
Well,
I was
here's-
born to do this.
Well, Cindy, just quickly, because we have been assured by our leaders that you have been given instructions on how to do this properly and safely. It doesn't sound to me like you've gotten enough instruction.
No, and we just don't have many students that have chosen to go online. And so because we are a really great high school, we have great teachers, we have a great admin, like we're at the top of our district. So kids aren't going to choose to go online. So, yeah, I think it hasn't been totally honest with our district. So bottom line is it was show up or resign.
Oh,
I don't want
geez. I'm
to
so
do that.
sorry.
So,
Yeah, I mean, because I keep hearing about how teachers have been given instruction, and then I talk to teachers, and I hear what you're telling me is that you haven't really been
right.
given instruction.
Oh, we have a book. We have a book of everything.
It's
that's
102
supposed to
pages,
happen.
okay, Carrie? It's 102 pages.
But
I
nothing
just-
in that book helps you having 40 people in a room together.
Exactly.
There's nothing.
Right. The problem is Utah has always had a history of big classes, and now the states, and they've not addressed it, so now they're kind of reaping what they've sown, and we just have to deal with it.
Big
Our
club,
friend,
yeah.
our friend Bad Brad Wheeler just wonders why don't teachers go on strike?
Well, they've talked about perhaps a job action, but I mean, I feel like we're already getting heat in the press saying thank you to the Salt Lake board member who said we were lazy because we wanted to be online, and I've never worked harder.
Yeah,
So,
boo.
you know what I mean? Like, we're already getting told that we're lazy and we just want to sit and drink Starbucks and sit in our jammies.
Which is not the case.
Right. Like I said,
Talk
I
to a
worked
teacher.
so hard online all spring.
Exactly.
I love what I do, and I do it really good every day. I just want to be safe, and I want to keep my
You
kids
do it really
safe.
well.
That's it. Sorry, I'm getting emotional.
It's okay, Cindy.
You'll be. Listen, if you have to go back, you have to go back. And Dr. Cobble, just I guess all of the precautions: face shields, masks, disinfectants, right?
Yeah, hand hygiene, again, trying to make the kids sensitive to being away from each other. It's just hard. I think, if anything, if you identify or notice a kid coughing or sneezing or someone looks punky or sick, I'd get them out of the classroom immediately. And hopefully your school is offering at-site testing. So that's the biggest thing, I think. If you can talk your administrators or your school folks into on-site testing, and you can identify those infections quickly before it spreads through the whole school. But it's going to be the CDC guidelines we've talked about, the masks, the shields, the hand hygiene, not touching each other's faces or phones, or just trying to isolate
And the
each
district's
other.
been great about that. We have the shields, we have the masks, the kids will wear masks,
Okay.
all those kinds of things. But they're touching everything. They're touching the Chromebooks. They're touching the desk.
And again,
That's what I worry
40 people in a room is just not the, Anyway, sorry,
Thank
Cindy.
you,
Good
Kelly.
luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank
Well, good
you.
luck.
I appreciate your taking my call. Thank you, Dr. Cobble. And you guys, I love you. That's all I can say.
Thank you,
Keep us
Cindy.
keep us
Good luck.
updated, please.
Yeah, let us
We
know.
appreciate you. My parents are both teachers, and you're the front lines. It's very important.
And I think the teachers should go on strike, but that's me. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Cobble.
Okay, thank you.
Have a lovely day, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Okay,
All
bye-bye.
right, thanks a lot. Traffic, Gina.
Well, the good news is there's not a lot going on in traffic. I had to go all the way to my hometown of Roy to find something to tell you about. Crash 5600 South, 27th West in Roy, and that's the only accident I have. Do you see something? What is it? What is that over there? We'll figure out what it is and then text it to us. 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right. Round two of your boners coming up. What do we got?
The candidates are, number 1, I caught him mid-squat. Number 2, Feed the Birds, the Extreme Edition. And boner candidate number 3, Jerry Jr. better get right with God.
Round two of your boners. Also big boy news coming up after these. Zero Res. You got to keep it clean, and Zero Res can certainly do that.
Keep it
Not
clean.
just carpets. They'll seal your countertops. They'll clean your upholstery. They'll do the tile in your bathroom. I have had them do all of those things.
We've been great with Zero Res carpet cleaning for a long time. They've been coming to our homes. They've cleaned our office buildings. We've been with them since 2008. Zero Res always has led the industry when it comes to cleaning. They use this powered water system, no chemicals, no harsh detergents, and they really get things clean. So the Zero Res offer is continuing, $33 per room cleaned when you schedule 3 rooms. Then they add the 4th room for free. A clean home is a healthy home, and nobody outcleans Zero Res. Schedule your cleaning today. Go to ZeroRes.com or ZeroResSaltLake.com. Zero Res.
During these bizarre times.
If today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
No,
I
you
don't
wouldn't
think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it, you know.
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
Everybody
day.
else is going doobie playing with the baby and
Again,
being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to, just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like 10
minutes. And kept waving his hand.
He said, don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me.
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
She was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate onions?
Oh, yeah. Loves onions.
Huh.
And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
Okay, it is 8:22 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here means it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and we'll put them together. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, you're picking your champion to send forward from round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You can't buy it. You got to win it. Don't whine about not being able to get it right now. It'll happen someday. The Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
I want it now. Here's Boner candidate number 1. I caught him mid-squat. Sharon Smith. In England, I think, has caught her Amazon delivery driver mid-squat in her garden. Yes, and Amazon has sacked the delivery driver after the horrified neighbor saw him pooing in the garden. NHS councillor Sharon Smith said she was cooking in her kitchen when a van pulled up outside of her home. A man ran from the vehicle toward her garden, and she followed him, suspecting that he could be stealing some of her precious wood. But the mom of 2 caught the man mid-squat, defecating on her property amongst the trees, and she promptly called the police. Sharon said he even asked her what her problem was and got aggressive.
What her problem was?
Yeah. What's your problem, lady? As he tried
my
to leave.
My problem is you're pooping in my garden. That's my problem.
Gina, please. This is a British story. They say pooing. He was pooing in my garden.
That's grosser, I think.
Sharon said he even asked her what the problem was. I said, "What the heck are you doing?" He said, he kept pooing and saying, "What is your problem, lady? What is your problem?" They finally, the police got him. The pooer in question. Boner candidate number 1. I caught him mid-squat. There's Boner candidate number 2. Feed the birds. This is the extreme version of the extreme edition of feeding the birds.
Instead of tuppence a bag, it's extreme.
Yeah. A big. I hate the way they write these. I'll read it though. A Big Apple bird brain. So what they mean is a dumb guy from New York.
How would you say it?
A dumb guy from New York, or a Big Apple bird brain, tied bagels to his body and then offered himself up as brunch to a hungry horde of pigeons. And there is video showing him doing this. "All right, come on, birds," the man says, as his guests are already feasting on the bagels that are attached to his body. And I mean lots of bagels attached to his body. The unidentified doughboy strung, doughboy strung was filmed for, that is not written correctly. I don't know what that means. The video was posted on What Is New York Twitter page, and somebody dubbed him cleverly Birdman. But to put bagels all over your body and then let pigeons land all over you is a mistake.
Yeah.
It's not hygienic, for one thing. Boner candidate number 2, Feed the Birds, the Extreme Edition. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. I think Jerry Jr. better get right with God.
And I hope we have the picture ready for it, x96.com/live, so you can see it there. We got candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
McKay Diamonds and Broadway Media invite you to enter the Love Always Wins sweepstakes. You could win a $100 gift card or the grand prize, $1,000 from McKay Diamonds. Contest ends August 30th. For more details and your chance to win, go to x96.com.
Radio City Music Hall, they're canceling their Christmas spectacular with the Rockettes due to the coronavirus pandemic.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say they ran out of Rockettes.
Yeah.
Why have they waited till now to do that?
I don't
There was
know.
some thought a week ago
Maybe.
that was going to happen.
There's always hoping.
They've canceled it this is the first time that we have canceled since we began the show in 1933. We are disappointed for everyone involved with the show, as well as for the many fans who make the Christmas Spectacular a cherished part of their holiday tradition. The beloved show, which has been seen by over 75 million people since it first opened, was scheduled to run this year from November 6th to January 3rd, but they aren't going to do it. And it is a big show. They have, it's not just the Rockettes. They do a big thing where they have camels and elephants. And
Well, yeah, that was going to be my question, because other than just the kick line we all know, what else do they do?
They do a huge show. I think it's a narrative of some sort, or maybe about the Bible or something. And then they have the Rockettes come out dressed in little Santa outfits and, do a kick line. It's a tradition. I think this is going to go wrong. Tony Danza and Alyssa Milano are getting together, and they're going to do a reboot of Who's the Boss. And I somehow think this is going to be a...
Well, neither of them are doing anything.
Yeah, well, is Judith Light going to be involved, and will it be on Zoom?
Well, Judith Light has had quite a career after Who's the Boss.
Mm-hmm.
Not one that's very visible in movies or TV,
stage.
but she's done a lot of stage work. Both actors are set to reprise their roles for the show, which will reportedly follow the model of Full House, taking place 30 years after the original. Milano's character is now a single mom living in Fairfield, Connecticut, in the same house that she lived in when the series was originally aired. Danza's character is former professional baseball player and retired housekeeper. I don't know. I had no interest in the show when it was originally on, and I have no interest in the reboot.
The good news is you don't have to watch it.
Because there are plenty of other shows, plenty of other places.
Shows to watch. I haven't seen 1 second of the new One Day at a Time. On Tuesday, August 4th.
It's 8:30, by the way. I just thought I'd point out, Bill, it's 8:30.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. Things are going wacky, aren't they?
And we're starting to have those problems now. At 8:30, everything seems to get rerouted up through Colorado. Yeah.
Colorado, what? Why Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
It's 8:30 and it's happening.
And how many?
All right.
How many days has it been? That it started last Thursday. So here we are.
Last week, yeah.
Fifth day.
When we upgraded.
Mm-hmm. Fifth day of at 8:30.
Yep.
Unacceptable technical problems with the internet. Unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't doing it before the upgrade. It was fine.
I'm tempted to say we can't do it. But you all got to fix this, because this is not listenable. Okay?
Well, keep doing news stories, and
what do we do?
We'll hopefully it'll reset.
Okay. Let's see. BYU students have started a petition to bring back Christ-centered education to BYU.
What? Did it leave?
Yeah, hasn't that always been there?
Apparently, Christ has left the building at BYU. He's abdicated campus. Hannah Syriac and other BYU students have started a petition to create awareness and change on the university's campus. BYU, owned and operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, has long been known for their religious courses and enforcing an honor code in which students agree to live by church standards while attending the school. But Hannah Syriac and other students believe that in recent years, BYU has been drifting away from the church's teachings in classrooms and throughout the campus. For the last couple of years, I've observed the way BYU has been going. I've heard a lot of professors suggest things that are contrary to the church or in opposition to the church, she said. While I have had a lot of really great professors, I have heard a lot about how some professors seem to directly attack the church, and that's just started to concern me.
Give us an example.
So just dig that sentence. Dig that sentence one more time. Dig it. While I have had a lot of great professors, I have heard a lot about how some professors. Now I've heard this.
People are saying.
People are saying, and I am hearing.
Yeah, they seem to directly attack the church, and that has started to concern me, she said. So she and her friend, Tristan Morier, have written up a letter and posted it to social media asking people to sign a petition to support, quote, emphasizing Christ-centered education at Brigham Young University because BYU was never meant to be like other universities. And finally, this story.
But it wants to be treated like
Beatles.
other universities. Okay, I get it.
Finally, this. Beetles have an unorthodox way to escape frogs after they have been eaten by the frogs. They duck out the back door. According to this first-of-its-kind research, the water scavenger beetle, or Remigabartia attenuata, climbs down its captor's intestinal tract and then forces the captor, the frog that has eaten it, to poop it out while the beetle is still alive. This can take anywhere from 6 minutes to 2 days. The fecal defense mechanism, and I think this is a mechanism we should all develop, a defense mechanism we should all develop, can be observed in a stomach-churning video on YouTube if you like to see it. But these are frogs. These beetles are eaten by frogs, and then they can just run right out the frog's butt.
This has
I don't
almost
think that's supplying
been
the
poop chat
nutrients
instead of the
necessary.
news.
I don't think that's supplying the necessary nutrients that the frog needs, but there you go. All right.
All right. Well,
that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
You got your Jazz. Maybe they'll win this one. What do we think? You feel good about it against the Memphis Grizzlies?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
12:30 is when that game is. And remember Lou Williams? He's the NBA player who the wings are just so good at the strip club. He had to break the NBA bubble to go to the strip club for dinner. It had absolutely nothing to do with the women. And now the women are coming out saying, that's funny, he paid for multiple lap dances while he was here eating his wings that he said
he was there.
Stimulating the economy.
Yeah.
He missed the first 2 games of the NBA restart, but he's cleared his 10-day quarantine. He didn't catch COVID at the strip club, and he will play Tuesday night against the Phoenix Suns. That's sports weather. I'm going to choose to be positive about it and tell you what a lovely sunny day we have on tap today. 99. It's not 100. The positive news is it's not 100. It's 99 for a high today. And that is your weather. Traffic, we've got a incident northbound I-15 just north of Center Street in Utah County. The HOV lane is closed, and it looks like there is medical help on the scene there. Crash 5600 South, 2700 West in Roy. And I'll check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us anything. Nope, but if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. And I will happily pass it along to friends of the program. And this is all brought to you by... Sorry, my thing went away, but it is back. Sanilast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market and continue to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
Boner candidate number 3. I think Jerry better get right with God. The head of Liberty University, one of America's most powerful evangelical leaders, a prominent backer of Donald Trump, Jerry Falwell Jr., posted a photo which apparently shows him portraying a character from the cult Canadian comedy Trailer Park Boys to Instagram this week. Falwell deleted the image, which he said was taken on a yacht, but it was shared by a Houston Chronicle reporter on Twitter. The photo shows Falwell Jr., who has recently been criticized for reopening Liberty University despite the coronavirus risk, wearing a black T-shirt and dark pants. The pants have been unzipped at the fly and are stretched open to reveal his navel, his stomach, the upper part of his crotch, and his underwear. Falwell's underpants, which appear to be gray, are also visible. More vacation shots, Falwell said in a comment below the photo. Lots of good friends visited us on the yacht. In
On
the
the
photo,
yacht.
yeah, the yacht. Photo is carrying a glass which is filled with a dark beverage. I
Don't
promise
worry.
that's just black water in my
No,
glass.
I don't
Black
drink
water.
the demon alcohol.
No,
I
that
don't
was
do
that was a prop only.
Yeah, black water.
An accompanying video obtained by the Pulpit and Pen website said Falwell was portraying somebody named Julian, one of the lead characters in Trailer Park Boys.
Yep. No taxes paid there. No taxes.
Jerry Falwell Jr. I think Jerry Jr. better get right with God. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
A boner candidate number 1. Well, I caught him mid-squat. A woman looking out her window to her garden only to see an Amazon driver run from his truck to the garden and start defecating in her garden. Boner candidate number 2. Feed the birds, the extreme edition. A guy covers his body in bagels and then lets pigeons feast on them in Central Park. And boner candidate number 3, Jerry Jr. better get right with God.
Okay, there we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is their worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Now, if it wins here, it goes up against the winner of Round 1's voting. Round 1 happened last hour, so we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So, let's go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. 33986. Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. They'll take your vote in Salt Lake. Or go to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 5, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box when you get there, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2 of your boners. Things that must go coming up after these. Haster Games is at 6831 South State. Now, the store is open. You can go in. They'd like you to wear a mask, please. But if you're still uncomfortable going into the store, you can order your stuff online and then go to the store, and they'll give you curbside service. And that's important because Haster Games is locally owned and operated. So go to HasterGames.com, buy your stuff. Let them know when you get to the parking lot, and they'll come out and bring your stuff to you. Lots of things happening. Big announcement. Games Workshop's 9th edition Warhammer 40K Indomitus is now available. There's some new board games, Santa Monica and Betrayal at Mystery Mansion, so you can play as Scooby-Doo and the gang. I'll be Velma. Warlock Tile System. These are interchangeable pieces for making your dungeon the way you want it to be, with different floors and walls and doors and high-quality miniatures. The Warlock Tile System will enhance your role-playing games. They've got restocks of Gloomhaven, finally. New game Cosmic Encounter Duel, the 2-player version of Cosmic Encounter. And they have new games from some local designers right here in the Salt Lake Valley. Diefly and Furball. Both are fun, quick games for the whole family. And you can get the pre-released kit as well as 2 booster packs for anyone that pre-orders. Haster Games, locally owned and operated, 6831 South State, open 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, noon to 5 on Sunday. Haster has it.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat. And Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah, oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. When those wild burro and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what a burro.
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying this story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on there?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
Okay, so before we award round 2 of your boners, a quick reminder, coming up as soon as we award round 2, Things That Must Go. And then at 9 o'clock, Dallin Weeks from I Don't Know How But They Found Me, or IDK How. We'll be on the phone, and we'll be playing their new song. Isn't that neat?
Yeah,
it is neat.
All right, so let's get to round 2 of your boners. Go ahead.
And round two of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a roasted beet and goat cheese salad.
And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I caught him mid-squat. A woman catching an Amazon driver, this is in England, I believe, pooing in her garden. Boner candidate number 2, Feed the Birds, Extreme Edition. A man covering his body in bagels lets pigeons feast on him in a New York City park. And boner candidate number 3, I think Jerry Jr.'s better get right with God. Jerry Falwell Jr. sharing and then deleting a bizarre picture of him with his pants unzipped. I don't know what's happened to the voting here in the last few days. The voting is screwy. It's weird. It just never comes out how I think it will. By 1 vote, boner candidate number 2,
No,
Feed
that's
the
the worst
Birds.
one. That's the worst one.
I know. I know.
That one almost shouldn't have been. That was like you were desperate for another candidate.
I
and
know.
you thought, well, maybe that one will work.
Don't reveal my secrets. I
I'm
know.
calling shenanigans on this. There's
is-
someone who
is
didn't
there-
want one of the other 2 to win, and so they're purposely voting for the weak one.
Some Jerry Falwell lover.
Or has some new drug been introduced to the producer's booth that we don't know about yet? I mean, some new medication. I don't mean necessarily. And is someone on a new medication in there?
So they're not counting properly?
Yeah, I don't know. Something's
okay.
up.
Well, we don't decide. You do.
Or the drugs do.
And that is the winner of round 2. And that now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. See how it does up against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll take both of those champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. And you'll decide Boner of the Day at that time, a little over a half hour from now. So be ready. Right now, it's Things That Must Go, brought to you by...
Get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards credit card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases, double points on gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or visit a branch today.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Things that you just can't stand anymore. Things that are bugging you so bad you got to get it off your chest. You send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. You put "must go" in the subject line, and if we choose yours and read it on the radio, maybe it'll disappear from your life entirely. But if not, at least you'll get some satisfaction. Get it off your chest. Carrie, you want to go first?
Sure. I'll start with a few from, the steps of Mount Doom. There's always the struggle here.
Yeah.
Things that must go, bottles or packages, specifically bottles, though, that have a safety plastic shrink wrap, but there's no tab to pull.
Yeah, that is awful. Yeah.
That's just...
You gotta get the scissors out.
Yeah, no I need perforation is what I need somewhere in there. Sue must go for not wiping the hot sauce drippings off the bottle before she puts it away, and then the opening gets gross and crusty, and the sides get sticky, and then I have to, and takeout containers that are made of metal, because then we have to put them on a plate to heat them up in the microwave, and also doorbell sound effects on TV or radio commercials, because our dum-dums think they have to rush to the front door.
They are there to protect you, Carrie.
It's like hearing sirens for people. It gives us a heart attack. Okay, this one from, Arlen. I'm hesitant to read this sentence here. I worry. My thing that must go today are wasps. That's, well... Oh, the bugs. Okay. I was confused. I was worried there for a moment. I have one of those little buggers sting me the other night in the throat.
Ooh.
And somehow it made it under my sheets and stung the crap out of my foot when I was going to bed.
Jeez.
Gina, I hope your foot feels better soon.
Thank you.
Let's see. This one, neighbors not keeping up with yard work. I have a few that are sort of working from home and can't keep up. I'm working 8 hours a day from home, and I still manage to find the time. Driving tired must go. I was listening to the podcast of yesterday's show to help keep me going, and I missed my exit. I don't know whether we made her tired or I'm not sure how that sentence works. Let's see. This one from Bradshaw. My brother's saying Trump is trying to save jobs at the post office, and
How did you gather that?
Yeah, exactly. And that he doesn't have the power to close the post office. My brother must go. Ken. Oh, no, that was from Ken. Bradshaw says, thanks for letting me listen. You can drag my name all over the place. Jackass in my neighborhood that drives a big, noisy diesel pickup, rolling coal and speeding past small children that are outside playing must go. This is the same guy I saw the other day with a huge Confederate flag flying out of the back of his truck. This is the same guy who lights fireworks well after legal time. Please use your powers to make this go. Thank you, Bradshaw. Who's next?
I'll go next because I also have one here from Fireworks. Bill, feel free to use my name. Fireworks must go. I can only guess that one or more of your Utah politicians most likely has a stake in a fireworks stand or a fireworks company and doesn't want their profits hurt, so they keep them legal. People wearing noise-canceling or giant headphones on trails must go. I'm a mountain biker, and I know there is tension on the trails between people traveling by foot and by bike. I try to be as courteous as possible, but when I'm ringing my bell and politely calling out behind you, you have zero place to yell at me and tell me mountain bikers don't own the trails when you do finally realize that I'm there, but you couldn't hear me because you're wearing your dumb headphones. And when you're flying and the person sitting behind you grabs the back of your seat to get up and then lets go, causing your seat and head to jolt forward. This is especially frustrating if you actually manage to fall asleep and are awakened this way. Thanks for letting me listen. Stay safe, James. And this one, hi, you can go ahead and use my name. I'm a little punch drunk because I was up all night. Insomnia must go. Everything going kaput in the house must go. Within the past 2 months, a garbage disposal, the air conditioning, water heater, and sprinklers. Why? Why must I be punished like this? Existential dread must go. What the hell is this hellscape we call the year 2020? Love you guys. Cat. Gina?
This I got via tweet from a friend of the program, Polly. We prefer you email them in at radiofromhell@x96.com, but you can certainly tweet at us if you like. Polly works at a COVID testing center.
Ooh.
And she says, we see a lot of people who are terrified because a coworker who tested positive decided to show up at work before telling anyone they tested positive. Also, people whose kids go to daycare and now their kid is sick because another kid has tested positive at daycare. She also says people who are annoyed that they have to wait to be tested because the lines are so long. People who scratch at the arms and hands of workers who are swabbing them. People find that they didn't think it was a big deal now that their family of 5 is all running fevers well over 100. Come in when the first person gets sick. Don't wait till the entire family is sick to come in. She says it's a little hard to not be irritated with humanity lately, but there are enough wonderful people out there truly doing their best. And thank God for that. That's from Polly.
Where are they, Polly? Where? Where are those wonderful people?
This from Please Don't Use My Name. It'll get me in trouble for this one.
Ooh.
Things that must go. My lazy coworker. She's only been here a few months, always on her phone, always late, always takes her time, gets paid more than me. I've been here 3 years and I show more effort and definitely work harder. Either kick her ass into gear or pay me more. Thanks for letting me listen.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
8:57 traffic, Gina.
Yeah, just one thing to tell you about. Crash northbound I-15 just north of Center Street in Utah County at milepost 267. The HOV lane is affected and medical personnel are on the scene there, and that is the only incident I see I need to tell you about. If you see something, you can always text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right, coming up after these messages, Dallin Weeks from I Don't Know How But They Found Me, and their brand new song. We'll be playing it for you right after these. BigOTires.com. It's the team you trust.
Yeah, you know, Big O Tires. I go to the one on 2nd East of South Temple, and I had a flat tire the other day, and I took it in, and Big O Tire said, well, just leave it with us, and then we'll call you when it's repaired, and come back, and we'll put it back on your car. And so they did, and you know how much they charged me for that? Nothing. Zero.
Because your bill all red? Is that why?
Nope.
Because your bill all red?
Nope. Nope.
No?
Free flat repair. Free flat repair at Big O Tires. And it wasn't even a Big O tire. It wasn't a Big O tire.
Ooh.
But right now, you can get Big O tires, save up to $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires through the 23rd of August. They have the lowest prices on every tire every day with brands you know and trust like Goodyear, Michelin, Cooper, Continental, BF Goodrich, and more. And you will like the service you get. There are many, many locations of Big O tires. Find one near you by going to BigOTires.com. We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about
nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be. Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named him after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. But
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern. Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
They know that she's a general. General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys. A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
There's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, so don't run it by.
How you doing?
Hi, Dallin. We are willing to forego our pee break because you're on the phone with us.
I appreciate it. Difficult that can be sometimes.
Dallin Weeks, I don't know how, but they found me, or IDK how, as the kids like to say.
Yes, sir.
I probably asked you this before, but where did that name come from?
Bill,
it's a line from one of my favorite movies, Back to the Future.
Oh, okay, that's right. All right, I remember now.
Yeah.
And this little project, this little I don't know how, but they found me band that you put together with your buddy. You weren't expecting this to do anything at all, really, were you?
At all, no. We started this whole thing in secret and kept it that way for about a year.
Did a great job too.
Yeah, we would just book shows in random clubs and dive bars for nobody but ourselves. Not expecting to do anything except it's my alarm to call you guys. But yeah, just expecting to do nothing but have fun for ourselves. But fans started to find out what we were doing, and they would confront us about it with pictures and things like that, and we would just flat out deny that it was us.
Yeah.
Well, we can relate to that whole confrontational fan thing. We can relate, all right?
I know it sure works for my daughter. She's 16, and she thinks you guys are just the best. She just loves it.
Oh, right on. That's so nice.
Yeah.
Now, I remember texting you.
How does one put together an album during a pandemic? How does that happen?
A lot of it was via email, which I don't recommend, but it hasn't been easy. But we finally put the finished stamp on it, and it's ready to go. So it took a long time and a lot of back and forth. Mixing via email is what you might call less effective. But
what is the new I don't know how, but they found me record? The album called? What's the album called?
It's called Razzmatazz.
Okay, I like that word. And we're going to play. Go ahead.
It's just part of our. We just really want to bring back old slang from the 1930s, I guess. So that's part of it.
I think it's great. Razzmatazz, razzle dazzle. I like it.
Exactly.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let's go for Moxie in the next album. What's the name of
Writing that
the?
down.
Oh, what's the name of the new song that we're going to play right now? Here, do we know?
Oh, it's called "Leave Me Alone."
Anything you want to say about it before we play it, and then will you come on afterwards and say something about it as well?
Yeah, happy to. I'm just really glad that we are finally able to, get something out into the world. We've been waiting for quite a long time, and to have this song be the first one to come out, really proud of how it turned out.
Okay.
I don't really know what else to say other than that. I'm just excited that y'all are playing it. Y'all have always been the first to get behind what we do, so I really appreciate that.
We're huge fans, is why. So let's listen to it. It is brand new. I don't know how, but they found me on X96.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Smirnoff. S-M-I-R-N-O-F-F. Smirnoff. And now, here to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen as these two worthy Utah stalwarts.
It says T-O! Two!
I was confused because it wasn't T-W-O.
It says two!
Utah stalwarts engage in some banter that will showcase the Utah word of the day, Smirnoff.
Two is in... emphasizing worthy.
Yeah.
It's already gotten off to a great start.
There's two of us. All right. And we are too much.
I begin.
Yes.
Well, LeGrand, we ready for the big tourney tonight? I'm really looking forward to showing them rowdies down to Sweetwater Station what a great team we are.
Well, I know they think just because we don't, either of us drink. Well, okay. 3-2 only. I don't count that as really drinking, The bartender pours me a small schooner of 3-2 light beer, and I make that last the whole of the night when we're down to the Sweetwater Station throwing darts. And besides, it's only once a month. 12 measly ounces of 3-2 a month, LeVar. That ain't drinking.
I'm just teasing you. Your secret's safe with me. Neither your wife nor your church leaders are going to find out that you're having a little sip of the malt while we're at Sweetwater Station playing darts. And I know the other boys think that we ain't going to do good in the dart tourney because we don't really drink. They think that getting a little snockered loosens them up and they play better. I just can't wait for us to beat them all on Saturday.
Well, that's just it. We ain't gonna beat them. We ain't in the tournament. They use them grease pencils to add the names on the tourney list, and we was on the list, but now we ain't on the list.
Again?
Yep.
That's it. They just don't want us to play. They know we'll beat them like a drum. This is no accident. Someone has taken a thumb to our names, and then they're there on the list, and then they're not. They're smearing off the list.
Oh, are you sure now?
It's only us, my friend. Nobody else's names is being smeared off.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
I thought that was great.
Really? At the end, I like that.
Wait a minute. What's that little thing at the end there? What's that?
That's a guitar.
A little guitar.
Yeah.
A little guitar.
That's a, but it's
usually
so
forbidden
what is it? Is it
in our band? But I allowed it this time.
That was a good addition.
It reminds
I like
me of
it.
something.
That song's got
reminded me
a
of something.
groove
It's cool.
to it. I really like it, Dallin.
Well, thank you very much.
You know, listening to
I
that,
know
I would say
honesty is a big part of what Radio from Hell does. So that means something. Thank you.
Well, Dallin, as I listened to that song, this is Bill. As I listened to that song,
Yeah.
I said, "This is definitely the work of professional musicians. This is a work of professional
So I guess we
musicians
fooled you then.
who have a concept."
Yes. All the texts and
Well, thank you
email
very
coming
much.
in, it's all positive. Liking the 80s
That's very
vibe.
nice.
I love it. Let's see.
Can you
yeah,
can you
the
tell
new
me how
IDK
you met?
song
So what's that
sounds
sound
great.
in there? What's that sound in there? When how do you do that? Where it almost sounds like a theremin at the end. You know, it's going.
Oh,
high,
that's
screechy
a
kinda.
synth that I built. Not a physical synth, but it's the program that I record on can sort of mess with virtual synthesizers, and I kind of built that sound from the ground up. But it originally started as I guess a virtual bass guitar, and I just kind of kept tuning it up and tuning it up and tuning it up until it was maybe like 4 octaves, 5 octaves higher than it's supposed to be. Ran it through a couple different amps and changed it until it ended up being
Nice.
that synth sound.
Yeah, nice. And then I like the strings. There was a string section there, which I liked quite a bit. And then early, kind of in the middle of the song, it was almost like this robotic thing going on.
Yeah, we used a little vocoder on that. That was another workaround that we had a hard time with because a lot of vocoders that you use today are very not very vintage sounding, and I wanted something that sounded like a vocoder that maybe like Kraftwerk would have used in the 70s.
It
Didn't want
absolutely
to get-
did. I thought this is like 80s robotic kind of sounding to me. You can tell that I listened rather carefully to your song, I think.
You did. I thank you for that. I appreciate it.
It was good. I liked it.
Well, let's make sure Todd
Dallin,
gets this
thank you.
in regular rotation because it deserves some more attention for sure.
No peer pressure.
No pressure at all. Dallin, thanks. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
And same here. I can't say it enough. I've been all over the world, and y'all have the best radio show there is, and that's the truth. So I appreciate y'all
Thank
talking
you,
to us
Dallin.
and playing us.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Dallin.
Well, thank you. Thanks. Best to your family. Stay safe.
All
Talk
right,
to
I
you
have
again
a
real
run
soon
tomorrow, so I got to get to that.
Yeah. And maybe we'll see you again someday. We'll see.
I hope so. I really do. I really do. Stay safe,
right.
y'all.
Take care.
Thank you, Dallin. We'll see you. All right. Brand new song from IDK How. All right. We got Boner Fight coming up to determine Boner of the Day. Stand by for that. And let's see what else we got. Oh, yeah, more on the way. So a whole bunch of things. You care about the air. UCAIR.
I sure do. I care about the air.
I care about the air.
I know you do, Gina. Tell people how much you care about the air.
Well, I've been doing a lot of driving now, but I still have errands and things I need to run, and I try to take into account where I'm going, trip chain, not drive as much. But there's other things you can do, like filling your car with Tier 3 gas.
Mm-hmm. If you want to know where you can get the Tier 3 gas, now those Speedway stations have it, but if you go to UCAIR, ucare.org, I believe there's a list of places where you can obtain that fuel for your automobile. Try and go to electric as much as possible as well to get this ozone to kind of lessen it, because it's not healthy to have that in our air. So find out how you can help by going to UCAIR, UCAIR.org.
2020 marriage proposals prove that
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
And the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said, of the wasabi, oh, you got your winner right here. My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner.
Mm.
She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because of
I like the idea of mango
Mm.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your
seconds.
percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter.
A lot of subtext there.
Yes. Time to get to Boner Fight, but before that, we have a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Right now, at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, save up to $150 off select sets of Big O brand tires, the team you trust.
You You know, Paris Jackson says, that's Michael Jackson's daughter, by the way. Paris Jackson says that there's just no label for her sexuality. So I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to try and label it.
It's between her and her partners.
No label. No label for my sexuality, she says. It's important that I bring up my sexuality and tell you that there's no label for the kind of sexuality that I have. I'm 22 years old, and
That's
I'm a
between
singer.
you and none of us need to know about it.
I wouldn't consider myself a bisexual, as she says, as she ticks off the what kind of sexual are you list, because I've dated more than just men and women. Has nothing to do with what's in your pants. It's got to do with your X and Y chromosome makeup, so there's no label for me, she said. So that's one thing that we can now just take off our lists of things that we thought we had to do, and that was find a label for Paris Jackson's sexuality. We don't have to do that anymore, thank goodness. It was a bomb. That's what it was. It was a bomb.
It wasn't a bomb.
Listen, that explosion in Lebanon was a terrible attack.
No, it wasn't an attack or a bomb.
Massive explosions in Beirut on Tuesday have killed at least 70 people, injured more than 3,000 others. Now, the death toll's up over 100 now. Multiple videos showed fires, thick plumes of smoke emerging from a building before a mushroom cloud swallowed the entire area. Well, let me begin by sending America's deepest sympathies to the people of Lebanon, wherever that is. It looks like a terrible attack. Lebanese officials believe the explosions were caused by thousands of tons of ammonium nitrate left unsecured for several years in a warehouse. Conspiracy theories quickly spread on social media following the explosions as experts and other officials urged caution against rampant speculation. Don't speculate. We don't know yet. And I think they still don't. They're pretty sure that it was an accident at this point. Pretty sure. But the investigation is going on. So everybody said, don't jump to conclusions. Well, I met with some of our great generals, and they just seemed to feel that it was an attack. It wasn't some kind of a manufacturing explosion type of event. There was seems to be, according to them, and they would know better than I would, but they seemed to think that it was an attack. It was a bomb of some kind, yes. Which generals did you meet with, sir, that said that? It was a couple of the generals. It was General A and General
in
B.
His head.
Yeah.
I think the voices in his head are the generals.
He brings the generals up fairly often.
And here's the other telling thing that about that, because when he said yesterday it was an attack, no world leader commented. No one commented on the fact that he said it was attack. You know who did comment? People like me who can't stand him. But no one in authority commented on that because they know he's full of it.
Well, or they also know, because when he was saying that, it was still up in the air as well. There was no cause put to it. No one had said for sure one way or the other, except for General Shmigegi, the one that I talked to, and Shmigigi, those guys. I run into them every once in a while when I'm in the White House bathroom.
No one said that it was an attack.
Nope.
No one.
Nope,
and
no
even
one.
when we weren't sure, people were sure it wasn't an attack. Because if you look at the video, there's the explosion at the fireworks factory, and then the big explosion.
A renowned infectious disease physician in the state of Utah fears that despite the best intentions, and we all have the best intentions, and of course we also know that the road to hell is paved with those best intentions, Utah's plans for reopening schools could lead to serious outbreaks and further spread of coronavirus. Dr. Sankar Swaminathan, chief of the Division of Infectious Diseases at the University of Utah Health, said he's very worried about the modified quarantine policy that the state announced last week. Under the plan, kids and teachers who have been exposed to the virus can continue to coming to class, as long as they don't show any symptoms and no one in their house tests positive. Having individuals quarantine at home for 14 days after they've been in close contact with a case of COVID-19, though, is one of the best ways of containing transmission, the doctor said. Salt Lake City Police Union blasting Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall. The Police Association struck back, saying her executive order on police reforms means that she is out of touch and unwilling to listen to them. She's now becoming a legislator. She's making law in reference to policy, said Stephen Winters, the union president. You're not protecting the law-abiding citizen. You're protecting criminals, he said, which I think that's probably what Erin Mendenhall really, really wanted to do in going into these police reforms. She said, how can I find ways to protect criminals? That's what I want to do. I love this story. We got time for this?
Sure.
Tensions flared at a Senate hearing on Antifa when a top Democrat walked out of the room claiming she couldn't sit through Senator Ted Cruz's rhetorical speeches any longer. The dust-up occurred when Cruz blasted Democrats for not condemning Antifa more directly for the violence and destruction that has taken hold in certain U.S. cities in the wake of George Floyd's death in Minneapolis. But Senator Mazie Hirono, Democrat Hawaii, said Ted Cruz wasn't listening during the more than 3-hour hearing when Democrats said violence is not acceptable. She said, sometimes I think that you just don't listen. How many times have I had to say that we all should be denouncing violent extremists of every stripe? Does that mean Antifa? Said Ted Cruz, who was chairing the hearing. I have the time. This is my time, she shot back at him. I hope this is the end of the hearing, Mr. Chairman, and that we don't have to listen to any more of your rhetorical speeches. Thank you very much. I'm out of here. And she got up and started leaving. Cruz yelled at her. Well, I appreciate the, as always, kind and uplifting words of Senator Hirono. I would also note that throughout her remarks, she still did not say a negative word about Antifa, nor has any Democrat here.
Because that's not a thing.
Well, but she did. She did. She said,
"Yeah,
I think we've covered this subject very well over the last 3 hours." Okay, she said. I'm done. And out
and
she went.
it's funny, whenever a right-winger is a dick to you, but then you might be a dick back to them after that, suddenly you're the intolerant person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You started it all.
Yeah, you started. Clear.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
So it's the winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour. And that one was, well, they looked dangerous. Aurora, Colorado police. You remember Aurora, Colorado? We drove through there on our way into Denver that day.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora, Colorado police mistakenly handcuffed a black family at gunpoint. A woman and her kids, one of them who was as young as 6, for suspected car theft. They didn't offer any resistance. They weren't dangerous. It was a woman and her kids, and they all end up face down in a parking lot with their hands cuffed behind their backs. Not acceptable. Going up against number 2, Feed the Birds, the extreme edition. It's a guy who tied a bunch of bagels to his body and then sat in a park in New York so that the birds would come and eat the bagels and land all over him.
Right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit, that number is all we need, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, August 5, 2020, and vote there. If you do not see that box, refresh. It will appear, and you can vote right online. We'll have your winner of Boner of the Day right after these, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders.
join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-SUBSPACE channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatloos for the tall one. 300 quatloos for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatloos for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatloos for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatloos on the missionaries. 400 quatloos on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatloos to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatloos.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatloos be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
All right, we are back, and it is time to announce the winner of Boner of the Day. Gina?
Brought to you in part by...
Brought to you in part by, oh man, this really just delicious. My wife made this chicken on the grill that had a chimichurri sauce, and then roasted beet and goat cheese salad. It was just delicious.
And SaniLast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market and continues to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
All right, so boner candidate number one, Now, normally we'd have this music here, going boom, 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 but we don't have that because Kerry plays that music, and Kerry's off the show.
We only have so much equipment. We can say why. We only have so much equipment at Broadway Media, and the sports station needed his box.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing something up at the Olympic Park in Park City.
So he was he was closest to the Olympic Oval. Kerry was, so they can just snag it on their way up there, so that's why we don't have the. So we had boner candidate number 1 was They Look Dangerous. The family who got just very poorly treated by the police in Aurora, Colorado, going up against the stupid candidate of Feed the Birds, the Extreme Edition, and there were 8
any
people.
votes at all.
Yeah, 8 people. 8 votes for people who thought, well, I don't care about that family in Aurora. That guy who put bagels all over himself, that guy was stupid.
No,
he was a boner, man. I'd like to know how it is that when people vote for the obvious weak candidate, the weakest candidate, why they do. But yeah, no doubt about it. Number 1. They Look Dangerous to me is the winner. And that is now, oh yeah, Kerry usually plays that sound effect too. So now that goes down as boner candidate number 3 in Boner of the Week, and that'll be decided on Friday by Dave the Flower Guy. So, how much time do we have here? Any idea? I don't know.
Have about
when do
4
we need to
minutes?
break, Katie? How many minutes from now? So I know what we're doing. Kerry keeps 4 minutes. Shall we break? Kerry keeps track of the time too. That's part of the problem. But time is something I wanted to talk about. I have this feeling of time slowing down. Now, time has been a big rush for me over the last several years, and they say generally when you're young, time just drags along, and oh my God, days are long, and a year seems like forever. Remember, that feeling of
sure.
time is slow, and then as you get older, time kind of seems to speed up your perception.
Where is the time going?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you're like, I don't have enough time to do everything. My life is just about gone, and I haven't done all the things I wanted to do. I don't have enough time. I'm always in a rush. I'm always trying, and so I've been kind of experiencing that over the last few years of things that were just things were just busy all the time and rushing along, and now they're slowing down again.
See, my thought is, I feel that since COVID, everything takes longer.
Well, maybe
there's
that's
no.
why, yeah.
I'm just going to run into the store really quick and grab this thing that I need. There's no. I'm just going to go do this thing. Everything's like, okay, do I have my mask? Do I plan this out? Oh, I got to wash my hands. Everything has like twice as many steps as it usually takes to do something.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why things seem to be slowing down. Or maybe it's the Wilford Brimley.
The Brimley line?
What? I don't.
I've reached the Brimley cocoon line.
When I was being obtuse about that earlier, I really am obtuse about it.
Do you want me to explain it again?
Well, I mean, I get it. I just don't see why. I just don't think it's worth going through all of that rigmarole to explain that sometimes young people look way older than they are. I just, yeah, okay.
But you think of Wilford Brimley as always being old. Like, was he ever young? And the proof of that is he was cast as an old man when he wasn't particularly old.
He was 50.
I also think 50, because that's and the Brimley cocoon line. I passed it yesterday because, as of yesterday, I was exactly 18,530 days old, which I also thought was fascinating to know exactly how many days old I am, because somebody else figured it out.
Well, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of work to go through to say Tom Cruise doesn't look as old as he is, and Wilford Brimley always looked older than he was. So, it just okay, I get it. I don't look as I think I don't look as old as I am.
No, you don't.
People don't realize that I'm 84 when they look at me. They say that man's got to be in his, mid 70s, early 70s at the best. But no,
but 84. You do look good for 84.
I've got quite a bit of energy for 84 too. Quite a bit.
And your time is slowing down.
Yeah. Well, maybe maybe this means what did Wilford Brimley say in Cocoon? You never get old and you never die.
Yeah, we'll never grow old and we'll never die.
We'll never grow old and we'll never die.
You just need to go swim in that pool, Bill.
See, the whole problem with Cocoon, too, was if you think about it, first of all, it was a movie about let's show you how ridiculous these doddering old men are. These doddering old jerks, how ridiculous they are. But then, but it was heartwarming and charming, and
sure.
But okay, they go swim in the pool, and they feel like they're in their 20s. They're teens.
They're energized.
They're energized. I feel like I'm 18 again. But the problem is, you don't look it, buddy. You still look like Wilford Brimley.
Would it be better if you got to swim in a pool that made you look like you were 18, but you still felt like you were 84? Would that be better?
I'd go
You'd
for
rather?
that. Yeah. I'd go for that. As I've always said, unfortunately, I really wish I could have been tall and good looking. Instead, I got this.
Well, time is going slower or faster. I don't know what it is, but it's time to take another break.
We need to talk about Ran Life before we go to break, though.
Okay.
I just refinanced my mortgage with Ran Life. It was so flippin' easy.
You did most of it online, right?
Absolutely. It's easy. Now, Ran Life is a local mortgage company, and I think I did 90% of the work online, signing documents and all of that. You just go to, give Ran Life a call and see if maybe refinancing your mortgage is worth it. I wasn't sure if it would be worth it, but yes, indeed, interest rates have gone so low that it is worth taking a look at refinancing, even if you already think you have a very low rate. Or maybe you want to buy a home. I asked the woman at the title company, housing sales, are they going well right now? She said they had slowed down a little bit right at the beginning of the pandemic, but now it's hot. It's just, and there are deals to be had. So get yourself a mortgage or refinance your mortgage with Ran Life, and you'll find out how flippin' easy it is. 801-478-4500, or go to ranlife.com.
The school supplies many of us take.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, is Ann Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery
You don't
was.
look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't. Really? No.
You look fine.
You always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry. I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how
didn't.
much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't-
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor?"
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
Yeah.
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
Yeah.
Boots,
No,
get
he
in
was,
there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job. I think we're back.
9:50. Yes,
What?
I'm back. Are you back?
Yeah, but so I don't know how it sounds. We're way out of sync, I know, which makes it difficult for us to do what we do because we're hearing. You want to do the test? Do you want to give me the test, or should I give you the test?
I can give you the test.
Okay, so what's going to happen here? We can see each other, so I'm going to close my eyes, and Gina's going to say 1, and then I will repeat that when I hear it, and we'll see how many seconds delay there is, okay?
And you can follow along if you want. It'll be fun.
Ooh, it's a
you know
fun
it'll
game.
be fun.
Ooh, yeah.
Go to x96.com/live. You can see what we're doing. Bill has closed his eyes, and I am going to say the number 1, and we'll see how long it takes him to answer. Here we go. 1.
1.
Ugh.
How was that?
Not good.
Well, did you kind of count the seconds?
4 seconds.
Really?
Yes.
That's why we stumble over each other more than usual.
I mean, when everything's working fine, I talk over you all the time, which makes you mad. Imagine how frustrated Bill is with me during these troubled times.
Oh, God, it's just, I'm going to have to go take a shower after these shows because I just get so sweaty and upset. 4 seconds lag time.
I've been doing the showers at night.
Yeah, I started that
morning.
too. Me too.
That's another COVID thing.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not sure why it's happened that way, but
now our friend Bad Brad Wheeler was playing along with the 4 second thing or the lag time. He said that it was only 1 second, and Todd says it's perfect on the air. So So the only thing is it makes it so difficult for us.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
I don't know how this could possibly be perfect on the air.
Well, it's not. It is only if we, when we're talking, and then I'll end my sentence, and then then everybody has to pause for a couple of seconds. So I'll end my sentence here.
And then I can start talking there.
Yeah.
And yes.
I think
so.
I don't. It sucks is what's the.
Although I will say I feel very lucky that we are able to do this in any capacity from home, because I know not everybody has that option. So I'm willing to put up with some of these headaches as long as I can continue to work from home.
And I'm willing to listen to you, always try to find the bright side of almost every untenable situation.
Well, why not try to find the bright side? The crappy side's already out there for everyone to see. Find the bright side.
I just think it's a waste of energy. I'd rather spend my time trying to fix it rather than looking on the bright side. But that's just me. I'm a terrible person. You might have noticed that.
You're not a terrible person.
Oh, yes, I am.
You're a good person with a terrible attitude. That's a different thing entirely.
Oh, thanks a lot, Barberry. Thanks a lot. I'm going to write that. Can I use that as a job reference? Please, hire Bill. He's a good person with a terrible attitude.
Well, see, but you can't change the person you are, but you can change your attitude. Huh?
There you go again. Looking on the bright side of life.
Oh,
well.
I think we need to do the promo and leave.
Yeah, we will. We'll get to the bottom of all of this, if there is a bottom. Soon.
There's always a bottom.
See, there you go again. Listen, it's like falling, and there's never a bottom. You just keep falling.
Okay.
You just keep falling, and sometimes you pass yourself on the way back up.
Okay, now that's kind of making me have a brain alley.
All right, let's do this promo, and then we'll go.
Okay. Welcome to another Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Welcome. We all enjoy Thursdays because, well, we start with Geek News at 6:45, and then that's followed by Beat Gina at 7, so be ready to call in and battle with Gina.
Then at 7:45 a.m., Mayor Mendenhall will be here to give us an update on what's going on here in Salt Lake.
Plus, the second annual Radio from Hell Film Festival is over, and we have a winner, which means at 8:45 we will announce the winner and hopefully talk with them about their film.
As always, there'll be more than that for Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Now, we should say that's the second international film festival. We've had many film festivals.
Yeah.
It's just the second international film festival.
Yeah. And the first COVID-19 international film festival.
Do you know what I heard this morning that we didn't talk about? Sundance is saying it's happening. Speaking of film festivals.
They're going to have people come to Park City and...
Apparently, they said it'll be pared down and smaller and distanced and whatever, but they're doing it, which I don't get.
I think the part of the problem with that is that people won't show up.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
it's
kind of weird. So,
all right, is that it? Are we done, Katie? Is it time to go to break and be done with all of this nonsense? Because we have other things to do now. So, let's move on, shall we? Live long and prosper, bitches, as Carrie would say.
He would.
And then I would say, don't you know who I am? And then Gina would say,
I would say, you're a good person with a bad attitude.
Great. All right. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Radio from Hell.
Bye.
Corey's next. Thank you, Katie. You did a great job as usual. Bye.